Welcome everyone. I declare the ordinary council meeting of the 20th of October 2020 held in council chambers at the City of Subiaco open at 5:36 p.m. I welcome councillors, staff, the media and members of the community. On behalf of the City of Subiaco, I acknowledge the Whadjuk Noongar people as the traditional custodians of this area. We recognise their cultural connection to the land and waterways of Subiaco and their continuing contribution to our city. Welcome everyone. Please note that this meeting is being recorded and live streamed from the city's website. By being present at this meeting, members of the public consent to the possibility that their image and voice may be live streamed to the public. Of course, confidential sections of the meeting won't be live streamed or recorded. Recordings will be made available following the meeting. So councillors, we're now at item 2, attendance, apologies and leave of absence. I note we have a leave of absence from Councillor McMullen and we also have an apology from Councillor Rowe. So item 3, disclosures of interest. I know that we have a number of disclosures this evening. Councillor Davis, can we start with yours, please?
I'll kick off, shall I? I have a declaration for item C1. I, Councillor Matthew Davis, wish to declare an interest in the following item to be considered by Council at its meeting to be held on the 20th of October 2020, agenda item C1. The type of interest I wish to declare is financial, pursuant to section 5.60A of the Local Government Act 1995. The nature of my interest is my practice is the applicant at item C1. I understand that the above information will be recorded in the minutes of the meeting and recorded by the Chief Executive Officer in an appropriate register.
Thank you. Councillor Powell?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I, Rick Powell, wish to declare an interest in the following item to be considered by the Council at its meeting to be held on the 20th of October 2020. Agenda item C1. The type of interest I wish to declare is impartiality pursuant to Regulation 11 of the Local Government Rules of Conduct, Regulations 2007. The nature of my interest is one of the architects for the proposal is Matt Davis, a fellow City of Subiaco councillor. For the public record, I have no financial, industry or other association with Councillor Davis. I understand the above information will be recorded in the minutes of the meeting and recorded by the Chief Executive Officer in an appropriate register. Thank you.
Councillor Phelan.
I, Blake Phelan, wish to declare an interest in the following item to be considered by Council at its meeting to be held on Tuesday the 20th of October 2020, agenda item C1. The type of interest I wish to declare is impartiality pursuant to Regulation 11 of the Local Government Rules of Conduct, Regulations 2007. The nature of my interest is fellow Councillor Matt Davis is the applicant for item C1. I understand that the above information will be recorded in the minutes of the meeting and recorded by the CEO in an appropriate register.
Councillor Nash.
Thank you. I, Derek Nash, wish to declare an interest in the following item to be considered by Council at its meeting to be held on the 20th of October 2020, agenda item C1. The type of interest I wish to declare is impartiality pursuant to Regulation 11 of the Local Government Rules of Conduct, Regulations 2007. The nature of my interest is I know the principles of Clopper and Davis and I'm a fellow councillor of Councillor Matt Davis. I understand that the above information will be recorded in the minutes of the meeting and recorded by our Chief Executive Officer in an appropriate register.
Councillor De Vries.
I, Rosemary De Vries, wish to declare an interest in the following item to be considered by Council at its meeting to be held on the 20th of the 10th, 2020, agenda item C1. The type of interest I wish to declare is impartiality pursuant to Regulation 11 of the Local Government Rules of Conduct, Regulations 2007. The nature of my interest is I am a councillor at the City of Subiaco and through my role on Council I know Councillor Davies, who is an applicant for agenda item C1. I understand that the above information will be recorded in the minutes of the meeting and recorded by the Chief Executive Officer in an appropriate register.
Councillor Stroud. Apologies, I think I bumped that off.
I, Stephanie Stroud, wish to declare an interest in the following item to be considered by Council at its meeting to be held on tonight, the 20th of 10th, 20, agenda item C1. The type of interest I wish to declare is an impartiality pursuant to Regulation 11 of the Local Government Rules of Conduct Regulations 2007. The nature of my interest is Clopper and Davis represents the applicant of C1 and the principal, Matt Davis, is a fellow councillor. I understand that the above information will be recorded in the minutes of the meeting and recorded by the Chief Executive Officer in appropriate register. Signed by me on today, the 20th of the 10th, 20.
I have three to do, so I might just do them all at the same time. I, Angela Hammersley, wish to declare an interest in the following item to be considered by Council at its meeting to be held on 20 October 2020, agenda item C1. The type of interest I wish to declare is impartiality pursuant to Regulation 11 of the Local Government Rules of Conduct Regulations 2007. The nature of my interest is Councillor Davis is a principal of the applicant Clopper and Davis and also a fellow councillor. I do not have any other relationship with Councillor Davis. I understand that the above information will be recorded in the minutes of the meeting and recorded by the Chief Executive Officer in an appropriate register. I, Angela Hammersley, wish to declare an interest in the following item to be considered by Council at its meeting to be held on 20 October 2020, agenda item C4. The type of interest I wish to declare is impartiality pursuant to Regulation 11 of the Local Government Rules of Conduct Regulations 2007. The nature of my interest is I am the owner of a residential property at 3183 Roberts Road, Subiaco. I understand that the above information will be recorded in the minutes of the meeting and recorded by the Chief Executive Officer in an appropriate register. Last one. I, Angela Hammersley, wish to declare an interest in the following item to be considered by Council at its meeting to be held on 20 October 2020, agenda item C13.1. The type of interest I wish to declare is proximity, pursuant to Section 5.60B of the Local Government Act 1995. The nature of my interest is I am the owner of a residential property at 24 Catherine Street, Subiaco. I understand that the above information will be recorded in the minutes of the meeting and recorded by the Chief Executive Officer in an appropriate register. Thank you.
I, Jodie Mansfield, wish to declare an interest in the following item to be considered at Council held on the 20th of October, agenda item C1. The type of interest I wish to declare is impartiality pursuant to Regulation 11. The nature of my interest is that Councillor Davis, as a principal of Clopper Davis, is also a fellow member of Council. I understand the above information will be recorded in the minutes and by the Chief Executive Officer.
Thank you, Mayor. I, Lynette Jennings, wish to declare an interest in the following item to be considered by Council at its meeting to be held on 20 October 2020 in agenda item C1. The type of interest I wish to declare is impartiality pursuant to Regulation 11 of the Local Government Rules of Conduct Regulations. The nature of my interest is Councillor Davis is the principal of the firm which is the applicant in agenda item C1, and he is a fellow councillor, and there may be a perception of possible partiality due to that professional relationship with me. I will consider the matter on its merits. I understand that the above information will be recorded in the minutes of the meeting and recorded by the Chief Executive Officer in an appropriate register signed by me today's date.
I too have a disclosure of interest. I, Mayor Penny Taylor, wish to declare an interest in the following item to be considered by Council at its meeting to be held on the 20th of October 2020, agenda item C1. The type of interest I wish to declare is impartiality pursuant to Regulation 11 of the Local Government Rules of Conduct, Regulations 2007. The nature of my interest is Councillor Davis is a fellow council member. And I understand this will go into the same record as everyone else's. I have a second disclosure. I, Mayor Penny Taylor, wish to declare an interest in the following item to be considered by Council at its meeting to be held on the 20th of October 2020, agenda item 13.1. In accordance with section 5.60B and C of the Local Government Act, I declare I have a financial interest in item 13.1. The extent of that interest is that the applicant provided electoral support during my campaign. I note that this information will be recorded in the minutes of the meeting, as along with everyone else's. Thank you. So, councillors, we're now at item 4, response to previous public questions taken on notice. And we did have one question taken on notice. Ms. Leader asked a question some time ago at a meeting and has emailed several times asking for that question to be answered. So I'll take the opportunity to do that now. Ms. Leader asked, who is defamed or denigrated by her question submitted on the 17th of August? So, Ms. Leader, I'll attempt to give you a full answer. Your question seeks to compare the City of Subiaco to the City of Perth in its former iteration. As you would be aware, over $7 million has been spent on an inquiry into the City of Perth, resulting in a report detailed in 4 volumes and over a total of 2,000 pages. The quote you are referring to is a small part of what the Minister said. For clarity, let me take 4 more sentences from the Minister for Local Government. The report, and he is referring to the City of Perth report, paints a picture of poor leadership by Lord Mayor Scafidi, factionalism, dysfunction, poor government, and interference in administration. There was a climate of self-interest and a lack of accountability and transparency, described as, and I quote, fertile ground for greed, incompetence and mismanagement, end quote. The report outlines cultural and systemic failings in both councillors and administration. Case studies and findings highlight that councillors and candidates using sham leases to become eligible to stand for election, decisions on planning matters were not based on planning considerations, a lack of disclosure of financial interests by most councillors, councillors using their position to advantage personal business interests, a focus on specific events for the allocation of grants, and a range of issues with the city's administration, including poor management, lack of financial management and planning, and procurement and contracting issues. So while I also acknowledge that I have had concerns around factionalism since 2017 and also disclosures around voting on allocations of some grants, I think this attempt to paint the City of Subiaco elected members and administration as being akin to a former City of Perth is not only possibly defamatory but wrong. If you have any evidence of factionalism on council since 2017 or issues around procurement or grant allocations, I would ask that you would bring them directly to the acting CEO. Thank you. So now we get to the public time of the meeting, and I note that we have a large number of public questions and statements to get through. So before we begin public question time, there's a brief announcement by the CEO.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, councillors and members of the public. Good to see a full gallery here tonight. The conditions of entry and behaviour to this council meeting are contained in a statement displayed on the door to the entry of the council chamber. Please ensure you are familiar with the conditions so that the meeting can be conducted at an appropriate standard. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're now at public question time. Our first question is from Mr. Frank Torre of Whole Food Circus. If you'd like to come and share your question.
Thank you, councillors. Thanks for your time. The questions I refer to, as you can see on the screen, are for item C, item 8 on tonight's agenda. And without the prelude of my involvement, the questions are simply this: is why is this council not referred to in its report in this item the traffic counter survey that only 21 vehicles per day utilise the right-of-way in question on this matter? That the details are not contained in the briefing notes or on the public record that has been published on the council's website or in tonight's notices, and no consideration has been given to this fact that we can see, nor has it been made available for public comment. Question 2, why were none of the stakeholders in this matter invited to participate or contribute to the workshop or some other forum or some other input that was undertaken for this item, and why has a petition of over 1,800 members, of which in excess of 800 are ratepayers of this council, and been ignored completely in this matter, or their wishes not taken and adhered to? Thank you.
Director for Technical Services.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Taylor. In response to question 1, the volume of vehicles using the laneway was covered in an elected members' workshop, and an update has been provided to elected members for consideration in the decision-making process last week. In response to question 2, elected members' strategic workshops are not open to the general public. The 2 petitions received have been taken into consideration when developing the options provided. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next question is from Ms. Helen Leader.
Good evening, everyone. Helen Leader, Cuthbert Street, Shenton Park. Question 1. Given that after considering events leading to the paranoia complaint laid by the City of Subiaco to the Local Government Standards Panel against then Councillor Matheson, the State Administrative Tribunal found the complaint failed on the evidence which the respondent, i.e. the Local Government Standards Panel, confirmed was an error. Question: when did the City advise the Department of Local Government, etc., of evidence supporting the complaint against Matheson? Question 2. Given that the City was aware the complaint against Matheson remained outstanding at the time the minutes were annotated to correct the error, and that the City was aware the complaint had been appealed sometime later than the annotation, and that the City chose not to clarify with either the Department of Local Government or with the Attorney-General's legal staff that the appeal had been upheld based on incomplete evidence provided by the City. Question: when did the City notify the insurers that it had done everything possible to minimise the risk to its insurer and so minimise the cost to ratepayers of a claim against the City? Thank you.
Director for Corporate Services.
In relation to your questions, the State Administrative Tribunal case was between Ms Matheson and the Local Government Standards Panel. The City was not a party to the tribunal and was not invited to participate. Further to question 1, the complaints officer is required to send any complaints received of a minor breach and any relevant details to that complaint to the Local Government Standards Panel in accordance with Section 5.107 of the Local Government Act 1995. In relation to question 2, When the city is made aware of a claim, the city notifies its insurers immediately and provides details in relation to that claim.
Our next question is from Ms Mary McFarland of Francis Street, Subiaco.
Thank you. Question 1. The Department of Finance and the Department of Education have requested approval to build temporary hard courts on Site 14 of the Subiaco Oval Precinct. The architect's letter in the attachment to the agenda states, the philosophy behind the design of the hard courts has been to rigorously engage with key stakeholders, including Department of Education, Bob Hawke College, and the Department of Finance, BMW. The architects have worked closely with the City of Subiaco and Development WA in the development of this proposal for a shared community and education asset as a mutually beneficial outcome. The officer report for that item states that the City is not required to carry out public consultation in accordance with Clause 14 of Council's Local Planning Policy 1.4, public consultations for planning proposals, as this is a Development WA referral. However, item 4.1 of the same planning policy states that planning proposals are able to be advertised at the discretion of the City if it is considered in the public interest to do so. Further, clause 15 of the same local planning policy states that a community information session on a significant development application or other significant planning proposal may be held where such a session will assist the community's understanding of the proposal to be considered. Question: was there a survey of any sort, or was there a survey of or any sort of engagement with residents and ratepayers of Subiaco to determine what temporary facility should be constructed at this location? If so, could I please have details of this community consultation and engagement? If not, which parties were involved in the decision to construct hard courts on Site 14, and why were the ratepayers and residents of the City of Subiaco excluded from this decision-making process? With full details, please. Okay, question 2. Children and young people are affected by many laws, policies, services, and other decisions. While children have distinct needs and experiences to those of adults, their needs are often overlooked by decision makers. The website for the Commissioner for Children and Young People in Western Australia states that a child impact assessment provides a mechanism to determine the direct or indirect impact that proposed policies, services, and legislation will have on the rights, interests, and well-being of children and young people. Has the City of Subiaco undertaken a child impact assessment of the Subi East project, or LPS 5? If so, could I please have details of the assessment and results? If not, could I have reasons why this has not been done, and if there are any plans to do so in the very near future? Thank you.
Acting Director, Community and Development Services.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Taylor. The response to question 1. The City did not undertake public consultation in accordance with Clause 14 of Council's Local Planning Policy 1.4, public consultation for planning proposals, as this item relates to a Development WA referral. Development WA is the decision maker for the application. The response to question 2. The City did not undertake a child impact assessment in the preparation of Local Planning Scheme number 5, and this is not a requirement in the planning legislation.
Our next question is from Mr Paul Clements of Barker Road in Subiaco.
Good evening, Mayor and Councillors. I two questions. Okay, oh, that's more convenient. Yeah. Sorry, yeah, I have two questions, thank you. The guide to the shared use facilities in the sport and recreation community by the Department of Sport and Recreation states, and I quote, research has identified resources that influence proper and orderly planning of shared facilities for the benefit of current and future generations. It indicates effective shared use has been dependent on the ability of the community and the school-based facilities to supplement or complement each other, addressing strategic gaps in service delivery. End of quote. Given this statement, does the city believe additional school hard courts in item C4 address a previously identified gaps or shortages in the city of Subiaco? If so, please indicate what document and reference the passage which states hard courts are in short supply within the city. If not, is it then an example of a rushed, improper and disorderly planning which the Department of Sport and Recreation tries to prevent in their publication? You want the second question at this stage? Okay. At the City of Subiaco meeting on the 22nd of September 2020, item C1, the Council resolved, quote, that any further encroachment by the school that is not planned or to be within the original bounds of Kitchener Park should be subject to a distinct consultation with the city and the community and not further reduce the green link or open space. Given this resolution, how can the city support 6 Bob Hawke College hard courts, temporary or permanent, located outside the Kitchener Park site without asking for more time for the community consultation and or the appointment of city representatives to negotiate the outcome that is mutually beneficial and address the identified gaps in the city recreational facility, namely the serious undersupply of active green playing fields, refer sports space requirements, Subiaco sports space. Thank you.
Thank you. Acting Director, Community and Development Services.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Taylor. Response to question 1. Officers are not aware of a shortage of hard courts in the city of Subiaco. However, any additional sporting infrastructure which can be used by the community is generally supported. A response to question 2. The city generally supports additional sporting infrastructure in Subiaco East where it can be shared with the community and where it doesn't encroach on sites identified for City of Subiaco use. The recommendation does not identify a site for hard courts and seeks to work with the state government to find an appropriate location. Any future application should be subject to community consultation by the Planning Authority.
Our next question is from Ms Sharon Williams of City Beach.
Good evening, everyone. Question 1. The Mayor and the Chief Executive Officer were appointed to represent the best interest of the city and the community via the formation of the Subi East Precinct Liaison Committee, otherwise PLC. Can the Mayor provide dates of when this committee has met during this year? If the PLC has not met, could the Mayor advise if she objected to this committee being abandoned and how Subiaco's interests have been represented, advanced and negotiated, including any action taken by herself at this vital draft planning stage? Please include dates of any relevant meetings and copies of relevant written communications for the public record. Question 2. I was surprised to read the article in the Post newspaper titled State Planning Czar Stonewalls Subi last week, which stated the Mayor pointed the finger of blame at the council and the administration, read the Smurf, or for people in the public audience, it's the Subi multi-user rec facility, failures, and that it did not look like a serious prospect. She said because the council had consistently failed to put money into the project. Given the Mayor and the CEO are the city's representatives on the Subi East Precinct Liaison Committee, to specifically input into the master planning, and is the Mayor who has met and meets and negotiates with all the relevant parties, does the Mayor take responsibilities for failing to negotiate land tenure and state government funds or grants which are crucial to advance and support the viability and business case of the Smurf project? If not, please explain who exactly is responsible in the interest of accountability and transparency. Thank you.
The Acting Director, Community and Development Services.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Taylor. Response to question 1. The Mayor has been in regular contact regarding the Precinct Liaison Committee with a desire for the committee to meet more often. The Precinct Liaison Committee is organised by the State Government and last met in June 2020. The City is not the meeting organiser, but we note some minutes can be found on the State Parliament website. In response to question 2, land tenure for sites in Subiaco East has not been finalised, and the City continues to advocate for appropriate land tenure for Subiaco Oval and Site 14, which is identified for a City of Subiaco community facility. The City's position for the draft Subiaco East Master Plan was by Council Resolution at the 22nd of September 2020 Ordinary Council meeting. The Mayor and City officers continue to advocate consistently with Council's resolution. It is the Council, not the Mayor and CEO, who make the final decision in relation to this matter.
Our next question is from Ms Jackie Greenshields of Salisbury Street in Subiaco.
Dear Mayor, CEO and councillors, my questions tonight are regarding the protection of our heritage stock in Subiaco and relating to agenda item C1, Rawson Street, and agenda item C5, the draft local planning scheme 3.18. There are 13 local heritage policies in the City of Subiaco, and there's another one on the agenda tonight, C5. Question 1. Please explain clause 67 of the deemed provisions, and can you also confirm the objectives of the City of Subiaco local planning heritage policy is as follows: to identify, conserve and protect places of cultural heritage significance within the City of Subiaco, to provide a degree of certainty to land owners and the community members regarding the practice of heritage identification and protection in the City of Subiaco, and to provide clear guidelines for the assessment of cultural heritage significance for individual places and heritage areas within the City of Subiaco to ensure that assessments and accountability are accountable, consistent and comparable. Question 2 in 2 parts. How does draft LPP 3.18, exercising discretion on the agenda tonight, support or strengthen the local development guidelines for the Rockaby Road and Hay Street heritage area, which was adopted in 2014? The Rockaby Road Hay was adopted before the deemed provisions and before the updated Heritage Act. So is LPP 3.8, Rockaby Road Hay Street heritage policy, going to be updated to ensure it is robust going forward, as I'm concerned about the prospect of how we ensure our considerable contribution and some contribution buildings will be protected? Thank you.
Manager for Planning Services.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Taylor. In response to your first question, Clause 67 of the deemed provisions lists the matters to be considered when determining an application for development approval as they are relevant to an application. The quoted statements are direct quotes from the City's Local Planning Policy 3.5, the Assessment of Cultural Heritage Significance. In response to your second question, discretion to vary development requirements for heritage purposes is provided for in Clause 12 of the deemed provisions. LPP 3.18 guides the exercise of discretion and seeks to ensure that the extent sought is directly related to the need to protect heritage values. The city's local planning policies are reviewed and updated periodically to ensure they are contemporary planning instruments that are fit for purpose.
So councillors and members of the gallery, we now move to public statement time, and we have a number of public statements tonight. Our first statement is from Mr. Robert Anderson of Hensman Road in Subiaco. I think Mr. Anderson might be an apology. Our next statement is from Mr. Martin Lodge of Gloucester Street in Subiaco.
I'm here to make a public statement on behalf of the signatories to the petition related to item C8, those 31 signatories in relation to the right-of-way. Councillors, Mayor and councillors, I'm a resident of the city and I live at 13 Gloucester Street. Thank you for the opportunity to make this statement. I also wish to thank the council officers for their report and acknowledge the traditional owners of the land on which we are meeting. As the thorough report from Mr. Hambley notes, the traffic management arrangements for the area have been unchanged since 2013, well before the Wholefield Circus arrived. I've been a resident of the area since a year before the circus opened and confirm that the arrangements remain unchanged. The circus is a wonderful business and I frequent it often. It adds to our friendly and quiet neighbourhood, local shops, helpful neighbours and a concern for each other. Kids play on the street in Gloucester Street and front doors are wide open in that street, almost like olden times. Unfortunately, since the circus arrived, making noise about parking, the leadership and owners of that business have gradually sought to set a tone that has frankly become offensive. Not only has Rachel Torrey, as the public spokesperson, continued to make inflammatory and incorrect statements. I refer councillors to incorrect statements in the Post about changes to parking and a failure to correct even when given the opportunity. I refer you to the draft letter that she has been providing to customers. I have a copy here. I quote, "I want to be able to park in this precinct to support the 3 businesses and the proposed 4th. She has not been appointed by any of those businesses mentioned to speak on their behalf. I know of at least one owner who wants nothing to do with her. And she also claims that customers will need to walk 300 metres. That's rubbish. In the circus store, there is a sign suggesting that the proposed measures will remove 19 metres. Again, inaccurate and misleading. Those 19 metres were never provided. Not until Monday this week, not once did Ms. Torre seek to reach out to the residents of the laneway affected by her proposal, her petition. And this was despite public and private offers made by me via Instagram and via Mr. Lloyd Gorman of the Post in the article that was published. Instead, she's used a megaphone to promote her views, admitting to megaphone diplomacy in her interview with the Post. And all you had to do, Rachel, was come and talk to us.
Excuse me, please don't address members of the gallery. Your public statement tonight is meant to be respectful for council to make its decision tonight. I don't think turning around and addressing members of the gallery is respectful.
I apologise.
Your time's come to an end, Mr. Lodge, so if you'd like to take your seat, please.
This matter needs to be resolved tonight, Mayor.
Our next statement is from Ms. Rachel Torre of Nicholson Road in Shenton Park.
Good evening, Mayor, CEO and councillors. I ask this council to defer item C8 on tonight's agenda.
I refer to the options delivered to councillors and ratepayers. I note the admin has referenced in the traffic data collected on Nicholson Road that there are 8,000 cars per day using Nicholson Road, and made no reference to the data of traffic movement recorded on the right-of-way, 21 cars per day. Further, we had to voice freedom of information to public record, highlighting an alarming lack of transparency reported to ratepayers and residents. Also omitted from delivering and consideration of options is the administration's knowledge of the proposed redevelopment to the old corner shop. The proposed redevelopment of this site includes changing the zoning to include commercial and 100% coverage of the 412 square metre site with no off-site parking for patrons or staff. This will further impact the congestion and parking and safety to the area. The current infrastructure in this precinct simply is not adequate or safe to support this. I note the speed plateaus referenced to calm traffic do not reduce speed. Please ask the administration to reduce the speed limit for safety. I would like to reference safety in crossing the road for pedestrians is also not referenced. In these options offered to council, a local lady, Petra, was hit by a car last year. Please request a pedestrian crossing be installed to ensure safe crossing. Also not considered are cyclists. Nicholson Road is a major artillery road to Kings Park. It carries thousands of cars and hundreds of cyclists every day. Bringing the curb closer to the road will push cyclists further into the road with no relief for motorists to safely pass, increasing danger for motorists and cyclists alike. Also, no reference has been made to the heritage in this precinct. 107 Nicholson Road has traded here for over 100 years. It currently employs 24 people, 18 of them are local kids. Please insist there is infrastructure in place to ensure that this shop is not only surviving but thriving, serving this community for another 100 years. No reference has been made by this administration no attempt has been made by this administration to correct the incorrect measuring or line marking on the road in front of 107 Nicholson Road. For the past 45 years, it has been 2 car bays. Now, by mistakes of the council line markers, it has been reduced to 1 car bay. This can easily be fixed with no impact to either neighbour by extending both ends enabling corrected measured bays, further reducing congestion and increasing safety.
Ms Torre, because you've come to the end of your time, if you could just close with your final sentence, please.
I implore the councillors to defer this item and ask your administration to come back with 4 more options that achieve safety and support community for the entire town, both residents and businesses. Please listen to the community and the constituents. Thank you.
Our next statement is from Mr. Frank Torre.
Good evening, Mayor, CEO and councillors, and again I refer to item C on tonight's agenda. My wife has just spoken, you know, as the owner and operator of Whole's Food Circus, and when she took this business over 3 years ago, this historic deli that's been here in Shenton Park for over 100 years was run down and basically at the end of its life. It was selling paper, milk and bread, and that was it. 3 years later, she's transformed into what it was intended to be 100 years ago, a bustling, integral part of the community, a destination enjoyed by all. But of course, with change and with popularity, well, issues arise, and obviously the main one that we've got now is parking. Whilst we'd like everyone to walk and cycle to shops and everywhere they go, that's just not practical in this world. The elderly, the mothers with babies, the infirm and disabled, the tradespeople, the police, the ambulance, the firefighters, first responders, transport workers, delivery vehicles, and of course all the local residents. They don't all live in walking distance, they don't all have bikes, they've got to drive. We need to accommodate for them. And the changes that have happened by the use of this precinct, not just Whole Food Circus, but all of those shops, that precinct, that's evolved and happened over the last 100 years and 50 years. 100 years ago it was horse and carts, today it's semi-trailers and four-wheel drives. Unfortunately, I have to disagree with Mr Lodge's statement. My wife has tried to engage and confer and consult with all the neighbours and stakeholders. Some have been happy to do it, some haven't, and that's fine. She's come up with some ideas which I believe are cost-effective and practical and provide better outcomes than what has been provided so far. Those solutions have been endorsed by a petition which has now swelled to over 2,500 people. 800 of those are ratepayers of this constituency and municipality. The option you asked to vote on tonight does not incorporate any of these suggestions at this stage. What's more disturbing, though, is that this council report tabled in this matter does not include, it has been censored in regards to the provision or the failure to provide on the public record the details of the traffic counter movements of the right-of-way, the proposed redevelopment of 142 Hensman Road, and any reference to the proposed redevelopment of the Shenton Quarter and the impact it's going to have on traffic on the east-west priority road thoroughfare of Nicholson Road. None of that has been considered in what has been proposed here tonight, and yet these are major factors that need to be on the public record. Censored deliberately or by neglect, either way, it's a duty of care to make sure that the ratepayers and on your website the public information is complete, transparent, and all is provided. It's not for you to censor and select what is free speech and what is available to the public. That's for them to do. You provide it, that's what you're paid to do. There's also a lot of misinformation circling about the matter. Things like Rachel wants the laneway to close, and it's semantically clear that in the petition of 31, which I refer to, which says the temporary or right-of-way, there's no such thing. It's never been proposed to close the access from the Nicholson Road on the right-of-way. Semantically incorrect to provide division and confusion in regards to what the ratepayers see in this petition. What I'm asking...
Sorry, Mr Torrio. Okay, thank you.
I'm asking you tonight, please defer this matter, construct a forum, a workshop with all the stakeholders so we can calmly sit around, get rid of this divisiveness, talk about all the things we're trying to achieve and come to a plan that is inclusive of all parties so that we can go forward without wasting money, time and more angst on this matter. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, CEO. Thank you, councillors.
We'll be moving on. Our next statement from Louise Martin from Daglish won't be read out this evening, so we will go to the next statement from Mary McFarlane, 11 Francis Street, Subiaco.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. I wish to speak to item C4 of tonight's agenda, which is a development application by the Department of Finance, Department of Education and Hassel Architects. I note that while the officer recommendation does not support the development of temporary hard courts on site 14 of the Subi Oval Precinct, the officer recommendation does support the development of temporary hard courts for shared use by the community and Bob Hawke College at an alternative location in the same precinct. The officer recommendation then goes on to say that in the event Development WA decides to override the City of Subiaco's wishes again and approve this application to build hard courts on site 14, regardless of what you decide here tonight, then there is a list of conditions recommended for inclusion in the approval. Recommended only because, of course, it is Development WA that chooses whether or not to pay any attention to the wishes of the residents and ratepayers of Subiaco. Unfortunately, Development WA has thus far ignored the needs and wishes of the people who live in the city. First, this hardcore development is classified as temporary, but actually involves substantial demolition and construction work, including demolition of fencing, footpaths, service road and grates, construction of hard courts and concrete bleachers, plus a raft of other things, including landscaping. So this is not a temporary bit of work knocked up over a couple of weekends after a visit to the local Bunnings store. This, to me, sounds like a very substantial and permanent structure. Site 14, supposedly, has been reserved or set aside for a shared multi-use recreation facility. Who has decided that hard courts should be the recreation facility constructed here, temporarily or permanently? Has the community been consulted? What if the community wishes to see a swimming pool, lawn bowls facility or squash courts instead? Why has the community been excluded once again from this decision, which is in effect being forced upon us? What too are the consequences if Council decides to approve the officer recommendation of the temporary hard courts being built in an alternative location? Could this in time come to be considered the SMRF, the shared community facility, and thus Site 14 then somehow is considered by the state government to be free, to be used for other unspecified purposes? You could say that this is not the intent of the approval, but we know what happened with the MOU and the intent to provide as much active recreation space as possible. We got swindled. So, given the history of the botched MOU and the contempt with which the City of Subiaco has been treated by Minister Safiotti in developing the MOU, we should not be approving or be a party to any temporary hard courts being constructed anywhere other than on the Bob Hawke College site.
Thank you, Ms McFarlane. Thank you.
If the school site does not have sufficient space to fit additional hard courts, then that is further proof that a high school of 2,000 students requires 8 hectares of land as per state government planning policies. Last sentence. So I urge you all to not support the application and instead to demand that the City of Subiaco has an equal voice in the selection, planning and approval of any structure or facility, temporary or permanent, that is being considered for Site 14 of the Subiaco Oval Precinct. Thank you.
Our next statement is from Mr Yeldon and Ms Stow of 24 Troy Terrace, Daglish.
This is in respect of item C2. I'm the owner of number 24 Troy Terrace, Daglish. We're proposing 2-storey additions and alterations to an existing single house. Now, I wish to speak on the context of the development. One of the things that originally attracted us to buy in Daglish 10 years ago was that many of the original interwall bungalows remained in largely original condition. Over the last 10 years, we've carefully renovated our house, but the original 1930s footprint is now far too small given our children are almost teenagers and we sometimes work from home. And we have always considered that the most successful renewals of traditional housing in this suburb has been when, in this city I should say, has been when the addition of a new part of the house is done in a distinct new section, rather than by attempting to replicate the traditional styling. There are countless recent examples of this, and I highlight, for example, 15 Coleraine Street on the corner of Nicholson Road. The design our architect proposed to us, which we endorse, and we ask that you endorse, is wholly in order to preserve the integrity of the 1930s building. We have worked carefully with our architect, Mr. Kane, and the planning officers of the City of Subiaco to produce the design which is not visible from street frontage, does not impact the original facade of the house, creates additional private space for outdoor living, minimises any impact on our neighbours, and maximises green space in our garden, creates adequate living space for our children and us, storage and 2 off-street parking places. Now, all these things, I suggest, are suited to the needs of a family. Now, approval of this design will mean we are able to extend our house to suit our family's needs for many years to come, and we hope through this development it will encourage others to preserve and renew traditional housing, knowing it can be adapted to suit the needs of modern families, rather than people choosing to demolish homes, which has happened in Daglish, to the deterioration of the suburb. Accordingly, we respectfully ask the Council to vote in favour of this application. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next statement from Rebecca Easterbrook of Rawson Street, Subiaco. I understand is to be made by Mr. Stephen Easterbrook. Thank you.
Good evening. Yes, I'm here representing Rebecca, who's written this for us. So, thanks for giving me the opportunity. Quite eventful evening. First time I've been here. So, look, we've lived in Subiaco for the past 10, nearly 12, 13 years. We're on Barker Road in Subiaco, and we've moved to Rawson Street, purchasing a magnificent little place, wanting to build our forever home. We love the community, and this is where we'd like to raise our kids who are 9 and 12 and watch them grow up. We enlisted some architects, Mr. Clopper and Davis, the business there, for a number of reasons, and the main reason being their beautiful architect knowledge regarding Subiaco's heritage. Before our house plans, the first time were put out to the neighbours, I went around to our neighbours and introduced myself, saying hello and presenting our plans, personally discussing what we were going to do, with one exception. Unfortunately, that was our next door neighbour. We haven't yet met as such. The response was overwhelming. As mentioned, since moving, unfortunately, the only neighbour we haven't sort of formed a connection with happens to live next door. In saying that, we received the feedback from the council here, and we enlisted your services for a heritage architect to come and help us mould our plans along with our architect, Clopper and Davis, to suit the suggestions that were being made. I feel, we really hit all the suggestions and feel the outcome was a magnificent house that would enhance a beautiful street, being Rawson Street. This is going to be our forever home and is being designed in that particular way, while really trying to be sympathetic to the heritage. My wife, which is written I, so my wife works from home and studies from home frequently, and we're here to maximise the small space we have, which is essential for the work-home life balance. Thank you very much.
There you go. Our next statement is from Ms. Greenshields of Salisbury Street in Subiaco.
Dear Mayor, CEO and councillors, my submission is a little long, so I may leave out some areas and perhaps come back to them. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I wish to support the staff's recommendation for item C120 Rawson Street. I am an owner of a house in the Kings Road heritage area. I live in the Salisbury and Rupert Street heritage area and was actively involved in the listing of both of these areas. I'm also a volunteer on the new Heritage Reference Group to assist with the updating of the local heritage survey in the Triangle Precinct, which Councillor Lynn Jennings and Councillor Matt Davis attend as observers. I became particularly interested in heritage areas in the city of Subiaco when the state government introduced the 2015 deemed provisions, which took away much of the decision-making from the city of Subiaco and the residents with the aim of speeding up development in WA. I've listed the key negative changes, demolition, etc., no notification to neighbours, but the key positives were the strengthening of the heritage provisions, basically saying houses are to be protected in heritage areas or they can be demolished within 10 days. Having then participated in 2 heritage area listings, I would like to say the process is very rigorous, including surveys, workshops with heritage and planning staff here, drop-in sessions, information packs, and the opportunity to have input into our own specific local planning policy, which Rawson Street has. Expectations of owners. At the end of this selection process, the owners and residents of heritage areas have an expectation that in the future, their streetscape will be protected by the robust planning tools, that their council understands these planning tools and respects the heritage area objectives and guidelines, which owners had input into. The owners and residents should not have to submit objections. They have done the hard yards and believe the City of Subiaco staff and council will uphold the heritage area policies and planning tools. As new builds will always be the minority in a heritage street, they have increased potential to drastically alter the rhythm and articulation of the heritage streetscape. So the importance of getting it right is imperative. There's no second chance. So since the deemed provisions were introduced, I've seen the rate of demolitions increase in the City of Subiaco. The chances of finding high quality intact streets is becoming scarce. Therefore, what exists must be protected. The opportunity to buy, demolish and build new in a heritage area is very, very rare. Houses and architects want to be part of this new, unique and rare opportunity, and consequently design and build to the spirit which guides the planning regulations and policies of such a unique heritage area. Thank you.
Our next statement is from Tony and Mary Byrne of Troy Terrace, Daglish.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor and councillors. I won't be able to read my submission within the time allocated, so I'm going to paraphrase it. We are the owners of the adjoining property to 24 Troy Terrace, which is the subject of C2 this evening. And we'd like to raise our objection to the officer recommendation that it be approved. The objections we have are on two bases: compliance with the City of Subiaco's local planning policy for the Daglish Precinct, LPP 4.2, with regard to streetscape, and solar access. With regard to streetscape, the skillion roof in lieu of pitched roof does not comply with LPP 4.2. The modern style of the development is inconsistent with the area. Officers have recommended that LPP 4.2 does not apply because they maintain the development is not visible from Troy Terrace. The development will be visible from Troy Terrace. When viewed from the footpath within the boundary of the property, which is what the R codes require, approximately 24 square metres of the roof and facade will be visible from that location. This, by the way, is not a matter of opinion, it's a matter of trigonometry. I have calculated the line of sight, and that's what you can calculate the line of sight, and that's what I've done, and that's how I've calculated the area. Of equal importance, the whole of the development will be visible from the right-of-way, public open space and Hickey Avenue, and will be a visible divergence from the character of the Daglish Precinct. Recent developments have been constructed at surrounding properties which have achieved additional living space without such significant variations, and those developments have reflected the character of the area. With regard to solar access, based on the design principles of the R Code, the development should not be considered appropriate. P 2.2 of clause 5.4.2, I'll be quick, states that solar access for neighbouring properties, taking into account the potential to overshadow existing outdoor living areas. At midday on the 21st of June, 60 square metre, 85 square metre backyard will be in shade as a direct consequence of this development. From 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. every morning from April through to August, our backyard will be in shade from between 40 and 100% of the time. We're not fundamentally opposed to two-storey additions. However, based on the above, we believe the officer recommendation has failed to adequately consider the impact on streetscape and solar access to our property. We would ask that you do not approve the application. Thank you.
Our next statement is from Harley Sears, Troy Terrace.
Good evening, Mayor and councillors. My name's Harley Sears of 18 Troy Terrace, a resident of 27 years. I concur fully with the submission by Mr Byrne of 22 Troy Terrace regarding this matter and object strongly to the proposed development. It is totally out of character with the Daglish precinct, which of recent times has been heavily canvassed for heritage listing. It would be a retrograde step to allow this type of design anywhere in the Daglish area, I believe. Witness a particular building in Wilcox Avenue. Residents in Hickey Avenue will have full view of this out of character structure, and the suggestion that the views are not significantly impacted is totally incorrect. Anyone at the tennis club, the park and the surrounding neighbours utilising the laneway cannot help but notice this design. The unique streetscape of the rear of 24 Troy Terrace will be changed forever. This design may include the removal of a beautiful old lilac tree, which will drastically reduce the canopy cover for this block and the laneway. As an aside, it's also a feeding zone for the Carnaby cockatoos for a short period during the year in early summer. And I would hereby offer to annually help with the clean-up of the leaves, which I know is there, for a new owner or the current owner forevermore. Also, I love this area of Daglish and of the Daglish precinct, and as do all the neighbours surrounding the tennis club and the park. I cannot understand why the planning department wants to impose this sort of dwelling in our midst when all it does is cause angst in the community. Thank you very much.
Our next statement is from Ms Linda Rogers of Park Street, Subiaco.
Good evening, Mayor, CEO, staff and councillors. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to support the staff recommendation to refuse this application, it's for C1, that impacts Rawson, Union and Redford Heritage Area. While I wholeheartedly support the staff recommendation, I wish to make it clear that I'm not in any way commenting on the quality of the house design. I don't know whether to be dismayed or pleased that this particular issue in a heritage area has occurred at the same time that Subiaco has sent letters to those living in the city's Triangle Precinct to nominate buildings and homes for their unique history and heritage for entry into the Local Heritage Survey, the LHS. Residents in various areas of the city have gone to considerable lengths to protect Subiaco's heritage, character housing, and community. Our cohesive character streetscapes are highly sought after and help contribute to the quality of community life in Subiaco. Areas that have heritage protection have their own policies, and people living on those streets have contributed to those policies. The Rawson Street, Redfern, and Union Street areas are practically pristine areas. Rawson Street was one of the earliest areas confirmed through council as a heritage area. A heritage area is designated by its streetscape. I urge you to support the staff and not undercut the careful deliberation and work of the local residents, staff, and council, and having these streets recognized as heritage streets. The main aim of that work was to maintain the character of the streetscape, in this case of Rawson Street. A cohesive streetscape frontage is one of the principal objectives the council has upheld. I urge you to support the staff, the town planning scheme, and your own heritage policies. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next statement is from Mr Paul Clements of Barker Road in Subiaco.
Thank you again. Back on the 30th of January 2018, a special council meeting which considered the secret MOU, I stated there should be no thought of giving up management order unless it is conditional on the city being assured of provision of our current and future requirements. Vague promises should not be relied upon. Further, there is no precedent for the state government forcing the surrender of a management order. I'm very disappointed that the revocation of the management orders and our lease to the WA Football Commission for a seat at the table MOU option has produced little benefit for the community and this council. Council decisions and plans were clear that the provision of the replacement 1.73 hectares of active green playing fields in addition to Subiaco Oval was a key requirement in Subiaco East to address a serious undersupply of active green playing fields. Item C4 tonight sees me speaking again on the potential unnecessary land grab on the 1904 gazetted Subiaco Recreation Reserve, this time on Site 14 as per the draft Subiaco East Master Plan, which has yet to be finalised. Site 14 is supposed to be set aside for the potential City of Subiaco Community Facility, the SMURF, whose fate appears largely hinges on the city-nominated negotiators delivering land tenure and or significant state government funding to make it viable. Unfortunately, it appears the key negotiators nominated by the MOU on the 9th of February 2018 and appointed to the Precinct Liaison Committee have failed to provide and negotiate key aspects of the requirements the council and the community outlined in their decisions and plans. It appears the Subiaco community will be considerably worse off with many expensive problems to address as the population grows. Item C4's temporary or permanent school hardcourts should be clearly and loudly rejected, particularly without any consultation or compensation. Compensation could take the form of other parts of the reserve handed over for giving up Site 14. These could also address the identified serious shortages, such as the replacement of 1.73 hectares of active green fields in addition to Subiaco Oval. The government should provide the necessary investment to deliver all school infrastructure on the Kitchener Park or consult and negotiate an outcome that is acceptable to the community and council.
Thank you, Mr Clements. Thank you. So that brings the public time to a close, and we're at item 7, councillors, petitions and approved deputations. I understand we do have a petition from Councillor Phelan.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a petition to submit of objection to the replacement of a 2-hour to a 1-hour parking time restriction on Lawler Street, Douglas Avenue and the northern ends of Federal Street and Hensman Road from Hammersley Road. This petition has 25 signatures, which seem to be all affected residents who live on the roads affected. And the applicant wanted me to note that she received the letter on Friday, so has rushed over the weekend to formulate this petition. So there is a few minor informalities, and I just received it today, so I wasn't able to notify, of which there's 1 or 2 I've seen, but hopefully the city can accept it.
Okay, if you'd just like to pass it on to the CEO. Thank you. So councillors, we're now at item 8, confirmation of minutes from previous meetings. And we have a number of items for minutes to be approved. And so I'll look to be getting movers and seconders for them now. So item 8.1, special council meeting of July 28th. Do I have a mover and a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Mansfield. Do I have a seconder for the minutes? Thank you, Councillor Davis. Can I call the vote, please, on the 8.1 minutes? So the minutes are carried 9-1. 8.2, ordinary council meeting of the 18th of August. Do I have a mover and a seconder for this? Thank you, Councillor Nash. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Mansfield. Yes. Yep.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. I found on our desks an email which indicates that 3 of these minutes have been amended. That's why I didn't vote for 8.1, because it's impossible for me to check my notes and things. So, and I'm just wondering, the rule about notifying amendments to minutes has been enforced regularly in this council, and I'm just wondering why we've suddenly departed from that.
Through you, Mayor Taylor, in relation to the minutes for the 18th of August, it was actually an administrative error in relation to those minutes. So where we've had those kind of issues before minutes have been confirmed, we've made the appropriate changes and notified councillors accordingly. With this particular set of minutes, my disclosure of interest that happened in relation to, I think, 13.2 was inadvertently in the public minutes recorded at item 3, disclosures of minutes, which wasn't when I made the disclosure. I made it directly before item 13.2. And so we've corrected that in relation to the 18th of August minutes. In relation to the 28th of July and the 8th of September minutes, it was pointed out that in the resolution where there was a request for the vote of the members to be recorded and placed on the public record, that the way we have done that in the past didn't actually indicate the councillor that had made the request. And so I contacted both the councillors just to confirm that there wasn't an issue in relation to their name being recorded, and confirm that they were the councillors that made the requests. And I've made a change by just simply adding the words by councillor and the name of the relevant councillor. And that's what's been put in front of council tonight.
So councillors, I have a mover and a seconder for 8.2. Can I call the vote, please, on 8.2? So the minutes are carried 9-1. Councillors, we are now at 8.3, special council meeting of the 20th of August. Do I have a mover and a seconder for those, please? Councillor Mansfield, Councillor De Vries, thank you. Could I call the vote, please, on that one? So the vote's carried 10-0. Sorry, the motion's carried 10-0. Oh, whoops, except for me. There you go. Now it's carried 10-0. Apologies. Councillors, we now move to 8.4, special council meeting 8th of September. Do I have a mover and a seconder for these, please? Thank you, Councillor Mansfield. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Nash. Can I call the vote, please? And the minutes are carried 9-1. And the last one, 8.5, Ordinary Council Meeting of the 22nd of September. Do I have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Davis. And I think I've got Councillor De Vries for the seconder. And if I could have the vote called on that, please. And the vote, the motion's carried 10-0. Thank you. So, councillors, we're at item 9, announcements by the presiding member without discussion. Councillors and members of the gallery, it is always especially rewarding as Mayor to be able to talk about some of the successes in our wonderful city of Subiaco. As all elected members would be aware, the Subiaco Lounge series ran for 2 weeks in the last week of September and first week of October. The catch cry from the artistic director was, "Subiaco, a place to linger and revel in." And I think that Subiaco certainly lives up to that catch cry. The Subiaco Lounge series combined some of the best of Subiaco's small bars and restaurants with some great local talent to showcase exactly what can be achieved when people work together, even in the backdrop of what has been an incredibly difficult period for both the hospitality industry and our performing artists. I had the privilege of watching Paper Moon perform at Bistro Felix on the opening night to kick off the series, as well as introducing the Liquid project on the closing night. It was a beautiful evening in an outdoor open setting to draw the curtain on what all those involved would agree was a fantastic expose of Subiaco and its local talent. So I'd like to give a shout out to those local venues who participated, including the Attic Bar at the Regal Theatre, the Bark Small Bar, Bistro Felix, the Corner Gallery, Dilly Dally, Juanita's, Just Burgers, Refuge Small Bar and Village Bar. And apologies if I've missed anyone, I will give you a shout out if you remind me, but I think I captured everybody. And I'd also like to give a shout out to all the musicians and performing artists as well. For those who were able to attend on the night, on the different nights across the city of Subiaco, our community truly knows how to come together. It's programs of events like this that we should all support, because these events are the best way to promote Subiaco and build on what everyone who lives here knows already. Subiaco is one of the great destination locations within Perth. So, Acting CEO, if you could pass on to your team and the organisers of that event, I've had lots of people contact me about how well it was received. Thank you. So, decision-making time, councillors. We're at officers' reports. For the information of the public gallery, it is intended that a number of the recommendations presented to this meeting will be grouped together and passed en bloc, as no alternates or amendment motions have been received from elected members for these recommendations. I'll now ask the meeting whether there are any other agenda items that need to be withdrawn from the en bloc vote. We have it there on the screen. I note that C4 has already been removed to the disclosure. So if there's no further items to be removed, Councillor Nash? It's already been removed, Councillor. So we've, yes, probably. Okay, so we've got a list in front of us. Councillor Hammersley?
C2, thank you.
If there's no further items to be removed, I'll look for a mover and a seconder. Got a mover in Councillor Mansfield. I think I had a seconder in Councillor Davis. If I could put those items to the vote, please, for the en bloc motion. So we're voting on the en bloc motion right at the minute. Councillor Stroud, we're just waiting on your vote. Oh, there we go. So the en bloc motion is carried 10-0. So those in the public gallery, if your item was in the en bloc motion, then that has been approved as per the officer's recommendation. Thank you, Councillor. We'll now proceed to C1. So councillors, sorry, C1, and I just want to make sure, because depending on which agenda we use occasionally, I know it mixes up the pages, but I'm on page 3 of the current agenda. C1, Lot 18, Rawson Street, Subiaco, demolition of an existing house and construction of a 2-storey single house. We have an officer's recommendation on page 3 and 4 for refusal. So councillors, do I have a mover and a seconder for C1? Councillor Hammersley and Councillor De Vries as movers and seconders. Councillor Hammersley, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Taylor. I did think it was worth, I note that nobody put in an alternate, but I did think it was worth just speaking to this briefly and to acknowledge the sentiments that have been expressed about the importance of heritage to the city of Subiaco. And the tenor of some of the questions that were put in the agenda briefing forum were quite surprising. We have a strategic community plan, and heritage is really at the heart of our community aspirations. I know it's not everyone's cup of tea, but the good thing about Subiaco is that it actually provides huge amounts of diversity of opportunity for housing style. I also picked up that there's some sort of undertone that we get in this chamber regularly about, oh, Subiaco, how dare they impose their policies? It's surprising because you need only go down the road to the Perry Lakes development, which was put together by the MRA. And you have a look at that place, which is almost finished now, and there is such a coherent design evident. And then you go to their documents and you look at what they say about the built form and what was required. It's very clear, it's understandable, it's a modernist area. They have required modernist builds, and that's what they've got because they enforce it. But for some reason, Subiaco is constantly under criticism and attack for doing nothing different. There are only small pockets of our heritage streets left. We've had probably 50, 60 years of destruction. And so I'm really pleased to see that this policy, which would have been worked on very, very hard by community and planning and heritage officers, has been respected and identified in this report. So for those reasons, I'm happy to move this recommendation and I'll be voting in favour of it. Thank you.
Councillor De Vries.
I reserve my right. Thank you.
Speaker against. Councillor Mansfield.
Thanks, Mayor Taylor. We've got a situation with this application where the applicant wants to demolish a home which makes zero contribution to the heritage fabric of that area. And our own staff have indicated that the dwelling that they're seeking to demolish has no contributory value to that heritage area. Rather than, I guess, designing a faux heritage home, which we all kind of know goes against best planning practice when it comes to integrating heritage and contemporary architecture. The applicant has designed a dwelling which references, I think, the heritage features of the area, such as a front picket fence, a chimney, the increased front setback, and the relocation of the front door from the side to the centre of the house. There are a number of other scale and form modifications that have been made based on, I guess, feedback from the planning staff and also feedback from the heritage architect. The roof's been reduced in height. The eave has been mirrored on both sides to match the existing typology in the street. The landscaping's been introduced to soften the interface between the building forms. The upper floor area has been significantly reduced, and the upper floor has been pushed back 3.1 metres to sit within the centre of the home. I think it's very positive that the applicant has obviously consulted with their neighbours prior to submitting this application, and I do think it's very positive that they've sought the advice of the heritage architect. I would have liked to have seen the, I guess, negotiations between the applicant and the city continue, so it gets to a point where an approvable design could be achieved.
Speaker for the motion. Councillor De Vries, do you want to take your option?
I have consideration of the heritage nature of this particular area, not just not taking the angle that this is all about the whole of Subiaco, but also that it's an area that has been falling in a heritage area. So I think due to its heritage location, it falls within the boundaries of Union and Heritage Area, and it is subject to additional heritage planning requirements under the local planning policy. That the officers clearly identify that there are insurmountable difficulties with this application, I support the officers' refusal. The administration did recommend to the applicants that they receive advice from the Heritage Advisory Service, which is that they did follow through on, but the amendments, the further recommended amendments for setback, building height, roof form and pitch were not responded to by the applicant. In my opinion, the administration, the officers have gone to considerable lengths to ensure that this application can be made compliant. So it's a disappointment for that applicant, and I'm sure with further work they might be able to come back and have a compliant proposal, which is what we would hope that the outcome would be. Thank you.
Councillor Nash.
Thank you. Look, I speak, well, not in support of the recommendation. I want to speak firstly just about, there was reference in the public statements and on the floor here about the heritage precinct. Look, I fully support heritage precincts. I particularly for given the change to the deemed provisions, which allows demolition, and we've seen, as has been pointed out, we've seen far too much of that happening recently in Subiaco. But a heritage precinct doesn't necessarily mean that every house within that precinct is valuable. or is of such a quality that it should be retained. Heritage Precinct, I guess, is saying, look, this is an area of our city that's very important to us. Things should be very carefully considered. I certainly agree with Councillor Mansfield that what we don't want to see is faux federation houses popping up because of that, and that unfortunately does occur. We also see project homes coming in, which destroys the scale of those heritage precincts, but they're approved because they are single story. So there's examples around Subiaco where the heritage precinct doesn't actually encourage good design. I'd also like to just point out that Subiaco is not Perry Lakes. Perry Lakes is of its, as is pointed out by Councillor Hammersley, is of a certain ilk, and it's very, I guess, a cohesive design. But in my experience, Subiaco is far from that. It has a very diverse and varied streetscape, which ranges from two-storey masonettes to little one-storey fibro houses to very modest federation houses, to very grand federation houses, and in this case, the house that's proposed to be demolished has no particular merit. It's a fairly ordinary representation. I don't know, probably 1920s or something, that's been significantly altered. One of the primary reasons put forward for refusing this application is to quote, and I quote, the proposal is inconsistent with the streetscape in terms of its height. I think this reason is patently incorrect, as the overall ridge height at an RL of 16.8 sits very well between the ridge height of the house to the west at 16 and the house to the east of 17.4. As I've consistently espoused for decades, the number of stories is an irrelevancy in terms of design and streetscape. It is all about bulk, scale, materiality and detail. And in this house, I believe, more than meets that criteria. If this was being built next to my heritage home, I'd be very pleased. It is well mannered with its neighbours and excellently designed to fit the location which it is proposed. I firmly believe it would be a misstep on our behalf to vote for this motion, to refuse the application as recommended, and would urge you to vote down the motion so that an approval can be reconsidered.
Speaker for the motion. Councillor Powell.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Look, as a building, I don't think there's an enormous problem with it, but I think the problem is its location. As the local planning's laws say, that any new building must respect and harmonise with nearby contributory places. As the staff says, this proposal is not considered to respect and harmonise with contributory places because it doesn't respond or interpret those places. Now, to me, one of the key problems with it is the second story and that the fact that it is visible from the street. And part of the reason why it's visible from the street, I think, is because it is so large. I think that it was supposed to be the allowable 15% is 79 square metres, whereas this is looking at 169 square metres. And there are other discretions which I think are, I think they're overreach in regard to bulk and setback. So no, I won't. I'll be supporting the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Speaker against? Speaker for? I'll look to Councillor Hammersley if you'd like to close.
Thank you. Perhaps just a couple of points in reply. I would point out that the officer's report does not seek to justify this house on the merit of the present house. That has not been argued at all. Nobody is putting that up as a reason. I think that's an important point. This is really about how the house presents in the street, and that's fundamental to maintaining a heritage area. Nobody's asking for a fake Federation house. What they're asking for is a house that responds to the predominant nature of that heritage area. So I think we will find out in due course whether the negotiations can continue. It was suggested that it is a shame that they've stopped. I don't recall, I think we did ask, but I don't recall who decided that it was time to bring this thing to a council meeting and get a decision. But whoever it was, I think it's always to be encouraged for people to keep talking. And, you know, people fear the spectre of going to SAT. I know it's an imposition on the applicant because they have to pay the $575 fee. They don't have a choice, they don't have to do that. They can come back to our planning staff and start, continue with discussions. If they do prefer the SAT, it does provide an excellent opportunity through its normal processes to push people into mediation where frank conversations can occur in the safety of confidentiality. So that does provide another avenue for connection. So I'm sorry that, you know, it's very, very difficult to sit here and basically say no to somebody's dream. But we're not here to pursue our personal tastes. Unfortunately, well, fortunately probably, we're here to actually respect the policies that have been developed by the community through statutory processes, and that's why I'll be continuing with my decision to vote in favour of the staff recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll call the vote now on the officer's recommendation. So the officer's recommendation is carried. Have we got it there? I'm just looking at 13. So it's 6-3. Apologies. Councillors, I'm going to bring forward item C8 because I know we have a number of members of the gallery waiting for that item, so I think we should move forward on that item so that those who are here for it. Oh, Councillor Hammersley?
I'd just like to observe that there are also people interested in Troy Terrace, which was next on the agenda, so I wondered what the basis of that ruling is.
That we had a number of speakers here on C8, and so I was just going on volume of number of people, and so that's my basis for bringing C8 forward. So that's why I've brought it forward.
I'd like motion. Point of order, I'd like to move a motion to disagree with that ruling on the basis that I suspect or hope that the Troy Terrace matter, which people were in the gallery for, may not be quite as long as C8.
So, Councillor Stroud, are you seconding that? Councillors, so we're putting to the vote to disagree with the, what are we calling it? Decision, the ruling of the Mayor to move C8 forward in the agenda for preference to return to the order of the agenda as it exists in the printed agenda. So I'll be calling the vote on that. So the motion to disagree with the ruling of the presiding member is carried 6-4. So for members of the gallery, we're now returning back to C2. So C2 is number 24, Troy Terrace, Daglish. It's on page 22 of our agendas, and I note that we don't have any alternates or amendments for this item. So, councillors, we have the officer's recommendation to be approved on page 22. It goes on to page 23. Do I have a mover and a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Mansfield, for moving. Do I have a seconder for numbers for C2? Thank you, Councillor Davis. Councillor Mansfield, would you like to speak to this item?
Thanks, Mayor Taylor. The basis upon which I've made my decision on this item is a site visit, the officer's report and the relevant planning instruments, the submissions that were received and the public statements that were made here tonight. Just to review, the initial application was lodged on the 2nd of June. It went out for advertising. 6 submissions were received which raised valid planning objections. The city then went back to the applicant, and on the basis of these objections, the applicant amended their plans, and the amended plans were lodged on the 20th of August. These amended plans included a reduction in wall height, a reduction in overall height, and a reduction in the roof pitch to conceal the second-storey addition from the street. So the applicant has taken on board the feedback from the city and the submitters and made amendments which they should really be commended for. The design also retains the Heritage Street facade, which is also a positive outcome in terms of maintaining the heritage streetscape. The amended plans went back to the original submitters. During the additional consultation period, the city received 5 submissions, all of which have been given due regard in the assessment of this DA. I note that the development is fully compliant in relation to visual privacy and there are no overlooking issues. It's also fully compliant with regard to overshadowing. In my opinion, this is a pretty straightforward development application. The applicant has taken on board feedback from the city. They've amended their plans to reduce the discretion relating to the rear setback of the upper floor. The application doesn't have any undue adverse impacts on the amenity of the adjoining properties, and I hope you support it.
Thank you. Councillor Davis.
Thanks, Mayor Taylor. Look, to satisfy myself that I could support this, I worked through the areas where discretion's being shown. So look, to start with, the proposal's been assessed against LPS 5, it's been assessed against the residential design codes, it's been assessed against local planning policy 4.2. And out of all of that has been distilled 4 areas of where discretion's being given. One's the skillion roof form, 2's the setbacks, 3 is the boundary walls, and 4 is the building height. And we can work through each of those and review them pretty simply. So, with respect to the skillion roof, the local planning policy 4.2, in my opinion, unfortunately, calls for pitched roofs to new developments as viewed from the primary street. And I say unfortunately because it does go against sensible principles and it goes against the borough charter. But perhaps more importantly, the issue is that the proposed additions are not visible from the street. So in that respect, I'm satisfied that the proposal isn't seeking discretion with respect to clause 6.1 of the local planning policy. Now, if we move on to setbacks, the minor variations to the deemed to comply requirements are still consistent with the performance criteria or the design intent of the planning framework. The boundary walls, any variations with respect to those are actually generated by the fact that the R codes don't have a method of dealing with boundary walls for R15 zoned properties. So when assessed sensibly against an R20 or R25 zoned single residential property, that discretion is effectively dismissed. And the building height, which was the last discretion shown or given, this relates back to the skillion roof design, which is the way in which it's been designed is actually quite clever in reducing the apparent bulk of the building, particularly from the primary street. And I'd also add that an extra 2.56 metres of building is approvable if we go down the Luty Avenue path of making applicants put pitched roofs on 2-storey additions. And I think we should be careful not to do that. So look, they're the facts. They're the planning facts that helped me make my decision to support the staff recommendation. I think we should be careful not to make comments or make considerations around the way this addition looks or whether it's consistent with existing structures, because those decisions are emotional and subjective, and we're not here to make emotional and subjective decisions. We're here to make proper planning decisions. Look, on that basis, I'll be supporting the staff recommendation. Thanks.
Speakers against the motion? Councillor Stroud?
It's not necessary to speak against. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I'm glad that this item was actually brought off the agenda to the en bloc motion to speak to, because I thought it was an opportunity for the people who did come in the gallery tonight to hear about why we make these decisions. And Councillor Davis has given both Councillor Davis and Councillor Mansfield in this regard, I hope will answer a lot of the questions and confusion from the people who've made statements tonight. And in respect to that, I'd just like to refer to the statement by Tony and Mary Byrne of 22 Troy Terrace. They still seem to have a concern about the sight of line from the street, and also about the overshadowing and solar access. So through you, Mayor, I wondered if please staff could perhaps address those issues and explain them again. Thank you.
Managing for Planning Services, did you have a comment on the overshadowing and solar access and view from the street?
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Taylor. With regard to overshadowing, there is no ability for council to make a conditional refusal on that because it complies with the deemed to comply of the R codes. So the deemed to comply, I believe, requires 19. Requires a maximum of 25% overshadowing, and this proposal has approximately 19%. So there's no ability to actually enforce a refusal there. And with regard to the streetscape line of sight, the second story addition is over 25 metres away from the primary street, wholly contained within the line of sight. So it's also consistent with the city's local planning policy for that. So again, there's no planning ability to consider a refusal or conditions in that regard. Thank you.
So Councillor Strad, you've probably got a minute or two of time left. Oh, that's right. Speakers for the motion? Councillor Nash.
Look, this is interesting because it kind of, I guess, goes back to the earlier item, and which was within a heritage precinct. And of course, Daglish has yet to be put within a heritage precinct, even though it's been recognised as I think Perth's first garden suburb, particularly this particular area of it. And that, of course, means that as I said previously, I've seen houses demolished without any regard to the streetscape, whole houses. And Mr. Yeldon, I think, made the good point that this home could be demolished and it would disappear in 10 days. And so I think the far more preferable solution, and one that we should support, is that people who try to do the right thing, preserve the existing houses, build an appropriate addition, should be fully supported. Look, there are minor concessions being sought, as we've heard, but I think all are very supportable. There's no streetscape issues as the development is off the very wide 6 metre right-of-way. Buildings adjacent to right-of-ways are by their very nature varied in height and appearance, and this is no different, but at the same time it's quite modest, relatively unassuming and well designed. So I urge you to support the officer's recommendation and vote yes.
Councillor De Vries.
Through you, Mayor Taylor, this is a question for the Manager for Planning Services, just regarding the sort of reference to the example of a pitched roof. I think the suggestion was that a pitched roof could indeed raise the height of the overall build and bulk, and therefore also increase the likelihood of overshadowing to perhaps a larger amount. Is that possible? Thank you.
Manager for Planning Services.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Taylor, yes, a pitch roof typically increases building height and bulk by anywhere from 2 to 3 metres, sometimes a little bit more, and there are other consequences that come out from that.
Councillor De Vries, did you wish to speak to the item?
This is an issue which I think has a lot of complexity to it, and I just want to start by talking to the non-planning considerations, because I did give those considerations, but I won't in my final ultimate decision. But it is important to actually listen to the community and recognise that community concerns are valid in different ways, and I have endeavoured to do so. I've done a walk through the area, I've done a walk by, I've had a look at the issues which some members in Hickey Avenue have raised about being able to see the development. But I comforted myself when I actually realised there were lots and lots of trees on Hickey Avenue, lots of box trees. So that's going to be a bit, that's an interesting thing. That line of sight could indeed be obscured, but that's not a planning consideration. I've also looked at the report, and I think it was very well summed up by Councillor Davis, who did a vastly better job than I would. But I actually wanted to consider how the applicant has worked with the planning team in the City of Subiaco and has endeavoured to make concessions and has endeavoured to improve the build to make it more compliant in the ways that have been expected. And I think that's actually another area that I have given consideration to. It's the workability of the proposal to minimise the discretions. And on a last note, whilst I don't believe Daglish, any single residence in Daglish had a heritage listing or has been heritage, a few may have been, I may be wrong on that note, but I don't want that to be a consideration. I'd rather look at the character of the area, and I think this is significant in the decision that I will make. I haven't quite come to my final decision, but I think that the owner's concerns with maintaining the character off the streetscape, and he explained in his presentation. So if we knock this back, my concern would be that he could, or she, that Mr. and, got to check your name, but Mr. Yeldon could go back and say, well, I won't do this, I'll do something completely different. So I think it's a great little spot of the street. I love all the houses down there, and I think that perhaps I'm veering to supporting this, but I am concerned for the residents. I'm concerned that people are upset. That always worries me, but I have to go with the planning considerations on this one and not on aesthetics being a key consideration. So, yep, if somebody can convince me why I should not support it, I'd be interested to hear from them. Thank you.
Speaker against the item? Councillor Stroud?
I have another question about that lilac tree. My question about that lilac tree. I remember we did ask about this at the briefing forum, and at the time, from my memory, staff were not entirely sure whether it needed to come down for the development. So I wonder if we have any more clarity on that, and whether we can make a plea to the owner that if it doesn't need to come down, to please do their best to keep it there. But thank you, through you, Mayor. Do we have a better understanding of whether that big lilac tree needs to come down? Thank you.
Manager for Planning Services.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Taylor. Officers did clarify that we actually did speak with the applicant regarding the tree, and it's extremely difficult to actually retain that tree with the type of development proposed, especially with the limbs hanging over and the actual groundwork that needs to go into stabilising the house. So it's unfortunate that it has to go, but it couldn't be saved.
Any further speakers? Councillor Powell.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Look, I have also been out to take a look at the site. Taking a bit of a look around, and it's true, you probably can't see the extension from Troy Terrace. That's because it's on a slope. But you go uphill to the park behind, or you go up to Hickey Street, and it's clearly obvious to anyone. And it is not similar to anything else in the neighbourhood. But the rules actually say that it's from the primary street front that you take your measurement. And look, while it might be a bit of a flat earth policy, so there's no hills, so therefore things can't be seen. In this case, when we're dealing with an application like this, we're actually dealing it with, I think, in a quasi-judicial role. We can only look at what the planning regulations are, what the framework is, and we can only make our decisions, sort of on those. And while it might not be in keeping, the discretions associated with it, I think, sort of a fairly minor. And I think if it went to another venue for decision, I think we probably wouldn't get very far. So I'm not saying that I think it's the most wonderful outcome, but I really can't see much choice but to say, on planning grounds, this is a valid application that should be approved.
Councillor Hammersley.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. I'll just be brief. I don't take into account threats of demolition. That's not a planning consideration. It's an unfortunate byproduct of how our state has decided to organise us. It's unfortunate when it happens. I suppose when I came to this matter, and the reason I'm speaking is that I felt the need to explain how I went about it, and I too have been to the area and walked around all sides of it and up and down. So I think where I got to was that we are constrained by the powers that we've got, and the streetscape issue clearly is concerned with the streetscape from the primary street. I have heard and really considered the concerns about the streetscape of the laneway, but the policy doesn't really address that. Laneways are laneways. This one is perhaps very unique. It's certainly different from anything in the Central Ward where I'm most familiar with, where laneways really are laneways, and you don't have a delightful tennis club and a community park sandwiched between two laneways. So it's an unusual situation. I can understand that for many people it's a shock to be presented with this type of build. However, the concessions that are asked for are minor, and the key difference for me is from what we were presented with in Luti was that from the street, this build is not going to be highly visible, if visible at all, and particularly it's been contained within the width of the actual original house. So it's sitting entirely behind it. There's no bits hanging off the sides such that you'd be looking at the modern building from the main street. So given that, I have formed the view that it wouldn't be possible to resist this application, so I will also be agreeing with the staff recommendation.
I think I'll call it to a close then. Councillor Jennings, you want to speak to it as well?
Thank you. I will be very brief. I'm of the same view. It's been almost unanimously expressed that the discretions are pretty modest that are being sought on this one. The design and the extension at the back is also, as Councillor Nash said, it's relatively modest. Could have ended up with something a lot bigger and a lot more dominating. And whilst it might be the case of a bit of the shock of the new to people in the area, I think that these things do settle into the neighbourhood eventually. And one thing I just would like to say, being a tree lover, is that, and make the plea to the owners, that if there is any way that the tree can be saved, that Cape Lilac can be saved, that would be a very good outcome for everyone, including the endangered cockatoos that eat from it. And if the limbs can be trimmed and even roots can be dug around or pruned properly by a qualified arborist, or with tertiary qualifications who know what they're doing. So I'd really encourage the owners to do that. And if they don't do that, then to consider planting a replacement tree that does give back to the neighbourhood and the local wildlife and biodiversity at this point. So I guess I'm feeling like I'll be voting for the proposal. Thank you.
Okay. I'd like to ask Councillor Mansfield to close, please.
Nothing further, Mayor.
I'll call the vote then, please. So the motion is carried at 10-0. Councillors, we have now been in the meeting for over 2 hours. We'll be having a short adjournment at 7:45. We will reconvene at 7:50 p.m. Apologies to those in the gallery. Lot 501 Roberts Road, temporary hard courts and associated infrastructure for Bob Hawke College. Sorry to interrupt, Councillor Hammersley, but I was just wondering, you made a declaration on this, which is why we left, why it came out of the en bloc. Are you staying in the room for this item?
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. Well, my understanding of my duties as a councillor is to vote at meetings. So I don't have a proximity interest, and I don't have a financial interest. So I'm not entitled to leave the room in order to avoid voting. So I'm staying in the room.
Okay, I was just checking because I know last week you did declare an interest regarding your property opposite Bob Hawke College, and these courts are for Bob Hawke College, and I don't know the range of interests that can be declared. I even learnt some new ones today myself, but there's any manner ranging from bias and so on. I just wanted to confirm before I started that I didn't need to wait for you to leave the room. Yep.
Thank you very much. Yes, as elected members know, and as I foreshadowed last week, there was some uncertainty about how the land was, or whether the land was in separate lots. I made the courtesy of letting everybody know during the week that that had been investigated, and in fact the land, the subject of this matter, Lot 501, does not have any proximity with my property at number 183 Roberts Road. And you, in fact, know that. And I've been very open with my fellow elected members about this. And in respect of the suggestion that people are meant to step out of the room because of reasons of apprehended bias, that's the first time I've ever heard that. I've done the training. We have obligations to turn up to council meetings and vote. We also have, at the risk of criminal sanction, to consider proximity and financial interests, and I have done that. I have made an impartiality declaration so that members of the public and the members of the council know that I own a property at 183 Roberts Road, which is across the road from the Bob Hawke College. This application is by the Department of Finance in respect of land in the control of the Department of Planning. The fact that they may make that available to the school is a known fact, and that's why I made an impartiality declaration. So the insinuation that somehow I've done something wrong, I reject. Thank you.
Councillor Hammersley, my question was because I was not sure from your reconsiderations last night. You did tell me that you would reconsider the matter, and I'm really pleased to hear that you've done the training that's required for councillors. I think it's really important for all councillors to do the training that's required. So, councillors, we will now move on to debate C4. Can I have a mover and a seconder for item C4, please? If council would like to debate it and like to vote on it, you will need to move it. Councillor Jennings, thank you. To have a seconder? Councillor De Vries. Councillor Jennings, would you like to speak to the motion?
Thank you, Mayor. Just briefly. This is a bit of a situation of damned if we do and damned if we don't, because in my humble opinion, Development WA and the government have already decided what they're going to do, and there's a clear intention to put the temporary courts on Site 14. Nevertheless, in being showing fidelity to council decisions to date, which are that this site would be potentially a multi-use facility with some kind of shared use with the school. So in light of that, this recommendation from staff does show fidelity to previous council decisions, and I guess that's the way that I am looking at it. It is unfortunate that I do wonder the prospects of a multi-use facility being constructed on this site in the near future, or even in the medium term, because the cost of these courts are large, and it would be a huge amount of money and investment by the state to throw away to allow the city to construct or be a party to the construction of a facility of the type that the Memorandum of Understanding contemplates. And I know that the community's made lots of suggestions about we shouldn't be engaging in this process, but I can't agree with that. It is our duty to, I think, be constructive and to try and work with the state as much as possible to get an outcome for the community that I think it deserves. Thank you.
Councillor De Vries.
I reserve my right, thank you.
Speaker against the motion. Councillor Phelan.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be voting against the officer's recommendations for the reasons that was confirmed tonight, that there's no shortage of hard courts in Subiaco, while there is a shortage of open green active sports space. And there's been no interaction with no consultation with the public on the matter. The general feeling that I've got from the public is that the courts aren't wanted or needed, and that they want to remain as much possible open sports space on the reserve as they can get. These temporary courts may very easily turn into permanent courts once the money has been spent. So I'll be voting against this item, thanks.
Speaker for the motion. Speaker, Councillor Hammersley.
Yes, I will speak. I'm not sure I'm speaking for the motion. I agree with Councillor Jennings. This is a damned if you do, damned if you don't. I also agree that the staff have properly made a recommendation in accordance with current council resolutions, and I appreciate that. I'm just wondering whether this is worth the piece of paper or the stamp, because it's pretty obvious that the decision has already been made. We know the matter, the thing's gone out to tender. The tender date is ending quite soon. The courts are needed by April 2021. And clearly, if that tender is not put and the people don't start the work, they're not going to make that date, especially with Christmas and the busyness of everybody because of all the COVID spending that's going on. So I sort of feel a bit uncomfortable on a lot of levels. I know there's still quite a bit of disquiet in the community about appearing to agree with things that were ultimately not palatable right from the beginning. But we are where we are. We don't have the power to change the course of history, and I do think the staff have done a good job at setting out the if it's going to be built, which is almost hilarious, but what they would like to see to be done to get the best outcome in those circumstances. So that part of the work I really think is great, and so I'm sort of sitting on the fence, and if anyone else speaks. If they don't, I'll have to just make up my mind. I kind of find it almost a little bit difficult to send a letter saying, please put them somewhere else, when we know there is going to be no consideration of putting them anywhere else. So it just almost looks a little bit silly. So it just makes me a bit uncomfortable, but the rest of the letter is really good, so maybe I will fall that way. We'll see. Thank you.
Speakers for the motion. Councillor De Vries.
Through you, Matt Taylor, this is really a question regarding the conditions and if it's possible at all to get any guarantees for, I think maybe this is for the Manager for Planning Services, whether there's any possibility of getting guarantees that any of those conditions which provide some protection at least, like the 5-year temporary nature of the courts, are any of those conditions likely to be met, or do we have any idea? Sorry.
Manager for Planning Services.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Taylor. I can't speak on behalf of Development WA on the imposition of conditions. What I would say is that given what's proposed by the applicant is a temporary courts, there is a lot of scope for Development WA and the city to recommend a temporary approval of 5 years. What I would also say is that this is a chance for council to have its say. Without this and without any recommendation of conditions, then it's basically up to Development WA. So that's why we have prepared the report in this manner, to consider the situation and I guess to try to get the best that we can with the cards that we've been dealt.
Sorry, I just have a question.
Sorry, Councillor Nash.
Can I ask, through you, Mayor, just item 2, why, like Councillor Hammersley said, I find item 2 quite perplexing given that it's about to be built. I'm wondering the intent of that condition. Can I ask that question of the whoever's relevant officer is?
CEO, would you like me to direct it to the Manager for Planning Services?
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Taylor. When this report was prepared, we were not aware of the tender for the courts at the current location. Until that tender is actually signed off, awarded, and a contract has been drawn up, there is still a possibility that courts can be somewhere else, and we need to act in good faith with those processes to occur.
Councillor Mansfield.
Mayor Taylor, if I could just ask a follow-up question just in relation to the conditions of approval. Through you to the Manager of Planning, so is it the case that Development WA need to adhere to the conditions of approval that we're outlining?
Manager for Planning Services.
Through Mayor Taylor, there's no requirement that they adhere to those conditions, but it does put the city's position forward that Development WA should consider with the planning application that's been submitted and the draft master plan.
Councillor De Vries, did you want to take your right to speak?
Further question through you, Mayor Taylor. This is a response to a community statement, a statement made tonight, public statement, that we don't need any more hard courts, we have enough. Do you believe that to be the case, or is this a bit of projection into the future that there could be increased needs? I have no idea whether we have fully utilised our public courts or not. This, I believe, might be for the Manager for Planning Services. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor De Vries. The courts are for Bob Hawke College primarily, so the City of Subiaco is not seeking to put courts in because we need them, but of course any infrastructure that gets built, as has been the intention of Council before, if there is the opportunity for us to use it, particularly outside of school hours, if it's not getting used, then it would be a waste for us not to have an interest in using those courts. Did you have anything that you wanted to add, Manager for Planning Services?
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Taylor, the only thing I would add is that there hasn't been a case study on hard courts, and what the suggestion was about active open space and organised sports on larger playing fields. So while we're not aware of any perceived shortage of hard courts, there's nothing to say definitely whether there is a lack or not. From my own experience in and around the area, I've seen a number of community members use the Bob Hawke College courts out of school hours as well, so there is another opportunity there.
Councillor Nash.
Mayor Taylor, I'm wondering, with the agreement of the mover and seconder, whether it's possible to remove item 2 from the motion. Is that? I'll leave it with you.
So the mover and the seconder was Councillor Jennings and Councillor De Vries. The question was removing the development of temporary hard courts to an alternative location.
Thank you. Yes, I can see the logic in what what Councillor Nash is suggesting, but if you know, as we're all anticipating that the courts will be approved on lot 14 or site 14, but I think that would be consistent with, you know, holding this. In some respects, we would be holding the state to the agreement, the MOU, which is meant to be, you know, I guess the MOU, a SMURF is meant to be, or some community buildings meant to be in that location, potentially, and not courts at this time. And there are other locations where I guess courts could be, and so I don't.
So that's a no. I'm just checking because I don't want to. Yeah. Okay, so that's a no. I'm looking for speakers on the motion so we can move towards it. Councillor Mansfield.
Thanks, Mayor Taylor. Look, I am equally conflicted about this motion, but I'm going to vote for it on the basis of what the Manager of Planning has just sort of said. I do think that it is important that we, I guess, express the conditions that we would like to see when and if these courts are developed, which it is sounding pretty likely they're going to be. So I do think it is still important that the city does express its intentions and wishes in terms of those conditions, albeit at the discretion, obviously, of Development WA. So I will support this motion.
Councillor Stroud.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, it's a pity we've come to the table with a response to our CEO from the Acting Director General on this, which has pretty well told us that it's happening. Maybe we would have approached this a little differently. I look upon what I'm seeing here is a heat island of 6 hard courts. I wonder if it's ever going to be used in first term or fourth term by the students. I think it's, you know, I wonder really how well they have thought out this and the needs of the students, and whether we defer this and work something up that suggests a better, more useful arrangement for the school. But I suppose, gee, that's a really bad hum, isn't it? I don't know what's making it. But I want to also just take us back a little bit to when the Education Department came and presented the school plans to us. And it was in the committee room. We asked a lot of questions, and I certainly did, about why this plan and why only 3 stories, and why can't they make it higher and put the administration on the top floor, for example? Oh no, you know, they never have more than 3 school stories in a school, and so on. And why aren't they putting the basketball courts on the rooftop. You know, it's such an obvious place for them to go, as well as some recreational facilities. Why aren't they using their roofs? Basically, it came down to money. That was really the answer. So here we've now got effectively a land grab of putting a heat bank here over on, you know, out of the Kitchener Park Square, and it's just so short-sighted and so unsatisfactory and so inconsistent, really, with the Director General's response to an email by Ms McFarland, where the Director General acknowledges the lack of the challenges of active and passive recreational space, the problems of our drying climate and meeting our population growth. There is no easy answer, but she says, using space differently may well provide part of the solution, as well as encouraging more effective sharing of space. And yet here, with no imagination, they've just plonked these 6 hard-court heat bank there. It's really disappointing. No imagination at all. So I just put a question through you, thank you, Mayor, whether there's any room here, given this seems to be a fait accompli, whether we can instead approach this response differently, whether we've got time for it to come back to council, and whether we can approach it differently and advise on different landscaping, different approach to these 6 courts, where in fact actually 6 courts are needed, whether they first start with 4 courts, I don't know. It'd be worth having a talk about it, but I'll just put that question through you. Thank you, Mayor.
Who's best placed to take that question? Manager for Planning Services.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Taylor. Given the advice and the advertisement of the contract and the tender for the construction, my recommendation that a decision is imminent and council should recommend its conditions as soon as possible, and I think a deferral might lead to a missed opportunity by council in that regard. So I wouldn't recommend that from the officer's point of view. I'd say make a decision as soon as possible, so the city's and council's position is provided to Development WA.
Councillor De Vries, did you want to take your right to speak?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, look, I really have obviously looked at this in different angles, but I think the fact that there's a facing reality of 6 courts being built, which can be positive, and I'm sure the young students will all be very delighted to play a bit of basketball at lunchtime when they get the chance. So I think what's important here is that the conditions that have been set are very clear, and they provide at least some opportunity for a dialogue on what's important, and obviously offer some reassurance. And I do hope that these conditions are taken really seriously, because some of them are fantastic. Well, I think they're all trying their best to come up with recommendations that will protect our long-term interests. It's difficult, you know, it's a really complex area, and we haven't got all night to debate it, but I do want to say in relation to condition 5, I'm really pleased that that's in there, that there's an attempt to ameliorate any damage to the health of trees and to really take that detail into consideration. So I do want to thank the officers who prepared this report for that, because that's a source of comfort to those of us who love our trees. So, and thank you so much for the hard work that's gone into trying to deal with what is, as we know from the discussion tonight, a really complex issue, but one that comes back to these hard courts will be needed, those students will be needing to use them, and I do believe that 6 courts will be pretty quickly filled up by some 7s and 8s in the coming year. So thank you. I do commend this report to you. Thank you.
Councillor Hammersley.
Yeah, just a question, because I've already spoken. With respect to the placement of the courts, it's a little bit, it just looks like they're sort of positioned, but I was thinking that it might be best for the community, particularly the community that lives on Roberts Road in those residential houses, if they could be positioned as far north as possible, and also whether there could be some temporary trees and native plantings to just break down the interface between those houses and the actual courts. And I just wanted to ask, through you, Mayor Taylor, whether the staff have confronted those issues, and if not, whether it would be something that could be attempted in the ongoing dialogue. Thank you.
Manager for Planning Services, are you able to think about how this development may affect residents on Roberts Road?
Certainly, through you, Mayor Taylor. Yes, the landscaping plan condition is one mechanism which we can continue the dialogue for that. So it is something that we will continue to take on board.
Further speakers on the item? Councillor Bell.
I'll try and keep it brief. Look, also the feedback I've been getting from the community is, why are we continuing to persist when the government absolutely gives us nothing back in return and really makes no endeavour to negotiate? So, are we wasting our time? I can see the point, though, with the staff's recommendation. This is some way to try and keep some influence, some card in the game. And I think they've done a very good job in trying to manage that. So it's the devil and the deep blue sea. I think, what did the principal of the school say? The temporary hard courts will be open to the community outside of school times, consequently keeping the intended purpose of the 304 Roberts Road as a reserve for sporting use. I think that now is, I think that's probably questionable. If that tender has already been let, I don't know why they're now asking us after they've already done it. But I will be then supporting, I think, the staff's recommendation, because I think we need to keep some, any card we've got to keep it in the game. I think. Thank you.
Thank you. Under 4.7 and 4.8, I'd like to make a few comments on this. It is a difficult one, and I echo the sentiments that a number of councillors have shared, where we kind of say, oh, we don't want you to have courts because we don't want them there, but we don't know where. And this is a timing thing, and I kind of was a little surprised in the report, and maybe I'm missing it. But we brought this to council, well, it was brought to council, when the school was being built, and we looked at opportunities for how to best optimise the construction of a sea smurf, which took advantage of the construction of the school at the same time. The synergies of doing those two things together were observed by some, and so some work was done into what work could be done for a temporary car park with courts on top, which would serve these purposes. To my knowledge, council had never approved that. Is that correct? Manager for Planning Services. Council's never approved that work that was brought early on in the piece when Bob Hurt College was being built, that we looked at, if we needed a business case, that stuff. Sorry, probably it was your only chance to not pay attention. That's okay. So thankfully I remember. But we do have a history on this, and what the education department has is kids who are getting older. For those of you who have children, you just blink and they're a little bit bigger. By 2025, the kids who are at Bob Hawke College will be graduating, and they're waiting for a basketball court to put as part of their school. So I'm just conflicted by this motion. We need to have a position to discuss with the state agencies, but I'm feeling uncomfortable to say no to courts without having what we do want. We kind of say, here's some conditions and we kind of wish you did this, but we don't really say, this is what we want. And the time to really do that was when the stuff was getting built. I do believe that the different departments involved were clear on the timeline of what they were doing between stage 1 and stage 2, and they have committed to that timeline just as they have committed to students who commenced at Bob Hawke College this year. And there is a obligation to those students to progress the school. I don't think that council and the City of Subiaco was unaware of the timeframes, and I have been somewhat disappointed that we've been unable to have decisions of council that clearly demonstrate and articulate how we would like to progress in that area. That's my thoughts on it. This is a difficult one to vote on for that reason. I just find that if the report was more solid on what we wanted, I would find it easier to support. I kind of feel like we're saying that we don't support it, but we're not saying where we do. But I see the merit in having at least articulating conditions that we'd like, and so that's the difficulty for me on this item. Any other councillors liking to speak? Would you like to close? You've spoken, Councillor Jennings. Yes, and then Councillor Phelan, and then I think we'll look to Councillor Jennings to.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Taylor, I was just wondering if the north area of the school has ever been discussed as a possible spot. It looks like it could easily fit four courts there. I know it interrupts the green spine, but it's not much of a green spine anyway, and I think that would possibly be a better location than giving up the proposed location. So has that ever been an option discussed?
So, Councillor Phelan, is your specific question, has any other sites, including the one you just mentioned, ever been discussed with Development WA? Yep. Manager for Planning Services.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Taylor. The site immediately north of the school is obviously stage 2 of the school, and then you've got the 20-metre green link where the courts are very unlikely to fit on there, and it's been the city's long-standing position that a green link be maintained that connects Subiaco Oval to Muller Park and the hinterlands around. So there have been other sites generally discussed early on. However, they weren't able to be progressed, from what we understand, by the Department of Finance and Education, who have selected this site.
Thank you. I'll look to Councillor Jennings to close then.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. Just a few comments on the fact that the council never approved the first stage of the car park and the courts on top. Well, I'm not meaning to criticise administration or staff, but that matter was never formally brought to court to council, and before it could be, my understanding was that that proposal was rejected by the state, and the state wanted a one-stage project where everything would be built together, and as discussed at the agenda briefing, there was some hesitation from councillors about that and the unknowns and the expense of doing that, and the city's capacity to bear the costs of that, and where we could get the funds from, and so events moved on before I guess we could get a hold of the proposal to really come up with something firm. That might have been in contemplation earlier or by the previous council. In terms of us not recommending where the courts should go, well, certainly that's possible to make that suggestion, but there's many development sites elsewhere in Subi East that probably won't be developed for years, where temporary courts could be positioned if Development WA was so minded. And I appreciate the convenience of having the courts right next to the school, but at the same time, I think that it's up to Development WA and perhaps the Education Department to determine an alternative location. And the Development WA is in the best position to do that, not us, in my view. And it must be borne in mind that this site was set aside for some use by a sporting recreation use and perhaps a combined community or a shared facility. So whilst I think it's unlikely that this site will ever become freed up for that. In the end, there is still the remote possibility that that could happen, and the land is still, I imagine, I don't know what the tenure or the ownership of the land will be, but it will probably be not become private, and it will remain as in either, I don't know whose hands it will be, under some kind of management order, and so therefore that it's still able to be used for some community purpose in the future should that eventuate or suit the community and the city and the other powers that be. Thanks.
Thank you. I just had a point of clarification from the Acting CEO.
Thank you, Mayor. I realise that Councillor Jennings has closed the debate by making the comment that she did, but I think there's an important issue that requires clarification, and I'd appreciate the Council's support for allowing Alex, the Manager of Planning, to make a clarification comment. Thanks.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Taylor. The clarification is in regard to Council's previous position for the construction of a basement car park. So it was noted that there was no previous decision and nothing was brought to Council. However, in September 2019, there was a decision of Council to progress with the two-staged approach. Now, that was generally consistent with discussions with the state government officers, and officers from the city did some work in that regard. Earlier this year, that approach changed from the state government, and they sought to have a one-staged approach to the development of a recreational facility, and that was considered again by Council in, I believe, on the 7th of July 2020, and that's probably the Council decision which has been taken on note by the state government.
So if there's nothing further, Councillor Jennings, I'll take that as closing now, and we'll call the vote on C4, please. That's how it works sometimes. The motion is carried 8-2. So, councillors, we now move to C8. We're on page 68 of our agenda. And I note we have an alternative from Councillor Mansfield. So the officer's recommendation is to endorse option 4 of the report, and for the business and residential community to be informed of the outcome of our recommendation. So, councillors, do I have a mover and a seconder for the officer's recommendation? Councillor Hammersley and Councillor Stroud. Councillor Hammersley, would you like to speak to the motion?
Thank you. Yes, we have an alternate on this, which I'm still open to hearing reasons why we would delay this. So I'm going to speak, but I do have in the back of my mind that other councillors may bring argument to the table which would sway me. At this stage, I'm not minded to put off making a decision, but I will listen. So the reason that I'm not minded is that the issues that have arisen from the change of circumstances have been actually alive for quite a long time. Nearly 3 years since Circus first asked for a change to the laneway to be made. But more fundamentally, my sympathies lie with Perth Party Hire. They're a business that's been there for 30 years. They need a solution. Their frustration is palpable and they deserve relief. We've also been alerted to safety issues. Everyone's claiming the safety card at the moment. It's an important card. While these changes will take time, the fact is that this council has now been alerted to these issues. We are responsible for all the functions of this local government, and one of those is to make sure that we are monitoring risk and that we are putting appropriate risk mitigation in place. I've had the misfortune of seeing a lot of files about personal injury, and I can tell you that it is heartbreaking when you read those stories, and it's almost even more heartbreaking when you see the amount of legal fees and the time that is often taken to work out who's responsible. So nothing can be more important than safety, and our primary duty is to make sure people are safe. Now, it's clear that there are a lot of passionate supporters of the business in the circus. And I appreciate that, but against that, I have to weigh the basis upon which I put myself up for election. And one of the very clear things that I said was that I was locally focused. And what does that mean? It means that I undertook to represent people's interest in their local amenity. And so I come to this very difficult situation where we've got really a contest between conveniences. I don't think this is about whether businesses are going to survive and thrive. All three businesses in that strip are widely supported and fantastic businesses. What we're talking about here is the convenience of local residents versus the convenience of people who want to move into the area in cars. So how do I make that decision? How do I choose when I actually want to give both people what they want, but I can't do it? Well, I just go back to the basic principle, and that is when you want to take someone's amenity away from them, there needs to be a good reason. Or, alternatively, they need to be compensated in some manner with either a different amenity or perhaps some money. That's not going to happen in this situation. So I'm left with two wants, two conveniences, but in the end, I've come to the conclusion that in the absence...
If you can just, it has been 5 minutes and you're about to close, so just if you can finish in a few sentences. The idea being that I just cannot bring myself to take something off local residents who have been there, some of them for 20 or more years, because people don't want to walk an extra 20 metres to what is a fantastic business and is worth walking 3 kilometres to get to. I just can't... Sorry, Councillor Hammersley, but you did say you were just finishing. It sounds like you just can't... thank you. Councillor Stroud?
Yes, I will speak to this, and quite confidently, I believe we can pass this, Mayor, because there is nothing standing in the way of future mediation, of any future mediation. for future outcome, which to me was the strong message that came through tonight. Let's please still get together and talk this out. So bear with me and I'll explain it why. Before I start though, I want to make a break from my 5-minute speech, and I do want to ask some questions from staff, because a number of issues were raised by statement tonight, and I think it's important that the staff have an opportunity to clarify the issues. So if we refer, thank you Mayor, through you, to the statement by Rachel Torre, in which firstly she made a statement about safety and that the speed plateaus don't reduce the speed limit and so on, and talks about that there's no pedestrian crossing. So I wonder firstly if the staff could respond to those issues. Then I'll get on to the next one about the relocating the letterbox. Thank you.
So your question is whether speed plateaus affect speed? Is that your first question?
Yes, they're clearly underlined and stated here, and if the staff could just address these statements that were made, which were considered by Ms Torre as not really being accommodated. So I don't mind if the staff goes through each one of them. Thank you. The safety, pedestrian crossing, why we even looked at relocating the letterbox and tried, and the fact that it didn't make a car bay, and so on. Thank you.
Manager for Transport and Infrastructure, can you assist?
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Taylor. So just on the first point, as far as safety and speed plateaus, so obviously that's a fairly standard treatment to manage and reduce speed. It's been in practice for decades. There's a lot of evidence base that can support that, including locally where we've done similar such treatments on a number of roads, with the most recent being on Jersey Street, which I believe from the most recent counts have reduced the average speed by about 10 k's. And that's largely the assumption that's been applied in this report, and that's how a lot of the options and the amended sightlines have been done, based on that evidence that's been verified by the city's ongoing traffic counts to, I guess, verify the effectiveness of these kind of measures. So we're very comfortable and very confident that this treatment would certainly bring down the speed limit, the operating speed, should I say. The speed limit, and we have spoken to Main Roads about this, they would not entertain reducing the speed for an isolated section, be it 100 metres, 200 metres. It needs to be a larger area, for instance, the full length of Nicholson Road, or a precinct-wide approach, and there's a lot more that needs to be done there, and it's still unlikely until you actually bring down the operating speed, which this treatment would do. As far as the pedestrian crossing, we have spoken...
Sorry to interrupt. I just couldn't quite catch what you said there. It sounded like Main Roads wouldn't look to decrease the speed limit. So although the traffic calmers or the traffic plateau things might, if you are so inclined, you can. Was that kind of what you said?
Quite correct. I mean, it's a situation we've come across in Rocky Road where typically if you want to reduce the speed limit and have it signed as such, you actually have to bring down the operating speed on site. So typically you have to do some measure to bring down the speed to operate at the recommended, at the requested speed limit, below the posted speed limit. So if we wanted to go for 40 k's, for argument's sake, for the section road, we'd need to bring down the operating speed in some way to 40 k's. And without any kind of intervention, it's going to continue operating as it has. And as we've got a long history of speed data to show that it hasn't changed, because there's been no change to actually impact it. So that, you're quite right. You have to make some active step normally to bring down the operating speed limits to get it formalised through posted speed limit changes. I'll talk to the second point as far as the pedestrian crossing. Obviously, in our discussion with stakeholders, we did obviously talk to Main Roads about what options would be viable, be both the traffic calming options, which were included in this in the options here, because obviously some based on Nicholson Road being a bus route, and also having quite a high pedestrian count, and also some cyclist use. There are some treatments that are less favourable and not supported by Main Roads, so obviously we spoke to them to talk about and determine what would be acceptable and ultimately accepted for any change here. So we did also discuss the nature of crossings, but I can tell you that a formalised pedestrian crossing, be it a zebra, a wombat, which is just simply a raised zebra, or even signalised, would not be supported for this location, just because it doesn't have enough pedestrians crossing that location. I mean, we had a long enough battle just to get the wombat crossing in front of King Edward Memorial Hospital, which is obviously considerably busier than this location. So it wouldn't be something that would be approved and installed by Main Roads.
Thank you. Councillor Stroud, did you want to speak as seconder to the item?
Questions. Thank you, Mayor. So can I now please ask why relocating the letterbox will not free up a car bay?
Thank you, through you, Mayor Taylor. So yes, this was put to us. You could relocate the post box, which I guess you'd have to request from Australia Post, but the fact remains that the available space between the crossover either side would not give you enough space for a standard vehicle bay. So what you could possibly do is introduce the same issue that we have currently being experienced by Party Hire, where if you were to put a bay that was not to standard, then you'd have encroachment across private crossovers and I guess prevent access to those properties.
Thank you. And I do have another question, thank you, Mayor, that if we go ahead with the proposal of the streetscape improvements, would that in any way impede a future change to the ROA, to the ROW laneway? Thank you, through you, Mayor.
Manager for Transport and Infrastructure.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Taylor. No, the option 4, and indeed none of the options would preclude any future changes to the access to the laneway. What I would note, each of the options does have that build out of that portion. So if you were to change the laneway, and obviously that's been looked at as far as creating those bays to remove the need for sight lines, in effect, you would have built that out, and you probably have to modify that if you were to change the laneway, if you wanted to get that parking created as a result of that laneway change, if that makes sense. Yep. So as is shown on option 4, the drawing there, you would build out that area that's currently embayed, which falls within the sight lines. So and the whole purpose for changing the right of the laneway is to remove that need for that sight line for vehicles exiting onto Nicholson Road. When you do that, you could then use that space for at least 2 parking bays, maybe a third. However, with the proposal that's shown here, if it was constructed, you would build out that section, and we would intentionally prevent parking there through landscaping and the like. So if we were to do that, and then we change the laneway after the fact, you would have to probably remove that, what you've just constructed, if you wanted to construct parking bays there after the fact, if that makes sense.
But it can be done. It can be removed, and then those car spaces made available. Okay, thank you. Thank you kindly. Okay, I'll now speak to the item. What this has done, and it's been a bit of a journey for the businesses and for the residents and customers and everything else. But what it has raised to us is really a safety issue here. It is an important local business outlet, and we do have people crossing the road, and we do have people having accidents and so on. So there is no doubt here, now that it's been drawn to our attention, that we need to do something about it. And really that's what this proposal is about. It's about, as best we can, slow the traffic down, because Main Roads isn't going to do it for us through traffic signs and so on. We have to do it through calming infrastructure. So we want to slow the traffic down, and that is an advantage to the local businesses, as well as making it safer. We want to put a pedestrian island there, sort of zebras and wombats and things apparently sorry, I'm really tongue-tied in that. Apparently Main Roads would not agree to, but we can put a safe harbour so that as pedestrians cross the road, they can navigate it safely. That's what this will achieve. It will also, very importantly, not very importantly, but it will also achieve a long-standing issue between the food circus and the Perth Party Hire, and that is cars blocking the Perth Party High entry by putting in a concrete nib. Now, I asked about that today. Could the nib be smaller? Could we have bollards instead of a nib? Could we create, more space in front of Torres and still achieve the same outcome for Perth Party Hire? But apparently we can't. And apparently we do have to have a reasonable size nib there, because let's face it, a lot of people drive around in four-wheel drives and they'll just sit on top of it and they'll still block the entrance to Perth Party High. But it will finally solve that issue, and that we have to deal with that in all fairness to Perth Party High. Let's just settle down and quarantine that issue. Now, if you look at the alternative of Councillor Mansfield of actually going back to the drawing board, if you like, even though we really did workshop this out and consider every possible scenario and where could we create more parking bays, that's what she's still trying to achieve here. Her reasons: number of the current option presenting to increase the number of parking bays for the Nicholson Road businesses. Now, let's be honest, the only way we can do that is to do a one-way of the ROW. And those residents at this stage have made it very clear they're not prepared to do that. Now, just maybe in the possible, if they're not sort of bamboozled and bullied and given a hard time, maybe if we can just get to the table and talk this out, we might achieve that in the future. But it doesn't mean we don't go ahead with these streetscape improvements. We can achieve both, Council.
Yeah, that is time. Thank you, Councillor Stroud. So that was Councillor Stroud speaking to the motion. Do I have a speaker against the motion? Councillor Jennings?
Actually, I'm not speaking against me. I just have some questions, if that's allowable now, please. Thank you. I spoke to Mr. Torre this afternoon, and out of that I've just got a few questions, and also hopefully to provide him with some information as well. So one of Mr. Torre's suggestions was the power box on the north verge of Nicholson. Could that be moved? And following on from that, that was Mr. Torre's query. My query is, well, how much would that cost, if anyone's got any idea? I know there was some talk about moving the power box at Seddon Street. That was a much bigger thing, and that might even be a substation. I don't know, a completely different animal, but that was going to be something like 250,000. So this is a smaller thing. But anyway, if anyone's got any idea about the cost of moving that power infrastructure there and where it could be moved to, and with the proposal being to allow some parking on the verge. And I know that's where parking used to be, and then the verge was made no parking at some stage a couple of years ago, or possibly before. And the other obstruction to that's, I guess, is the potentially the light pole on the north verge. And I did inquire about that, and I was told that Australian standards demand that it be placed there, I think. And my question in regards to that is following on from the Director Millard's information to me today, so thank you for that, Director. Can it be moved, and what's the obligation to completely comply with Australian standards. That's like a best practice thing, but if we can have a second best but still safe option, for example, having a light pole that we can move a little this way or that way that still gives sufficient light, is that possible? And well, anyway, I'll let you answer those questions. I have got some other ones. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jennings. I was thinking that we might have 5 minutes on that. Director Millard. Manager for Transport and Infrastructure.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Taylor. So I guess to talk to the first point. So it was not entertained as far as relocating those Western Power assets, because you're quite right, that has a very significant cost attached to it. I couldn't give you a firm price, but obviously we've done similar such relocations, and typically, like you say, it's in the order of probably $250,000. So it's not an insubstantial amount of money for what would be, if you were to, so for argument's sake, if you were to say the laneway remains unchanged, so you still need those sight lines, but obviously your proposal is to have parking further to the north, outside those sight lines, and to remove the current obstructions, which would be one, that transformer, and two, I think at least one established tree. You could do that, so the cost would be about $250,000, and in all honesty, you'd probably gain 2 bays.
Could I just clarify? So, but you don't know that that's the cost. You haven't asked Western Power if that's the cost of relocating it. Is that correct?
For you, Mayor Taylor, that is correct. Obviously, we have moved similar such infrastructure in the past, and it has been at least $200,000 in each of those instances. So I would think I'd expect it to be a similar order for this.
Yeah, I was going to say, Councillor Jennings, you were going to speak at one point, or are you just still asking questions? Okay. The power pole? Oh, as in the lamppost? Yep. Manager?
Yes, so I believe that pertains to, I guess, a little bit further, all the council's benefit, I guess, to the area further to the west, so away from the area we just talked about, and essentially in between those 2 trees there. So you're right, there is an existing Western Power streetlight there. We have inquired whether that could be relocated. And initially they said that would be quite difficult, in part for 2 reasons. One, the overhead lines on the other side, because the poles are similar such height, and obviously the existing tree canopy. So if you were to put something there, and again, their initial indication was that it would be difficult to meet Australian standards, because you'd likely have to drop the height of the existing lights, and change the spacing, and again, it has quite a few other implications on the overall lighting of the street, because you don't want to just change the luminance levels for the full stretch of Nicholson Road, particularly for just an isolated section there.
Thank you. Thank you for those answers. Could you just clarify when you say the power lines, where are they located? Are they behind the light post, are they, or lamp post, or?
For you, Mayor Taylor, so that's on the southern side of Nicholson Road. So the existing, it's quite substantial transmission lines there. While they are high, they are of a similar sort of height to the street light on the northern side. So really, it's just about available locations for an alternative if that street light were to be removed, and it's pretty limited with the existing trees and the power lines on the other side of the road.
But the question about the Australian standards, so what you're saying is that it's not City of Subiaco's decision about moving that light post, it's Western Power's, and we could only lobby them to do that, but there's no obligation on them to do that. Is that correct, or how does that work? Thank you.
For you, Mayor Taylor. So any change at the request of the local would have to be requested for the local government, and obviously all costs associated for both design and construction would have to be borne by us, and typically they would require us to design to Australian standard. That's what they do for most of their roads, and it is their asset, so as you can imagine, they'd be reluctant to put something in that's substandard.
I've just got a few more questions, Mayor, if that's all right. Just to clarify, and that was another question for Mr Torre this afternoon, it was discussed, that I recall at the agenda briefing, about the treatment of that North Verge build-out section, the majority of it, not anything, a bollard or the edges of it that might stop cars driving up onto it. My understanding was it was going to be landscaped, not concreted. Could you just clarify that, please?
That's quite correct. We wouldn't intend to make that a hardscape because that would probably be enticing for vehicles to try and park there. So you're quite right. The intention would to be fully landscaped, that area.
And another question. In option 4, on the eastern island that's in the middle of the road, it's not quite an island. I don't know what you call that thing, but could you just confirm the purpose of that island? My understanding is it's a safety thing and it's going to allow people, or at least give people the opportunity to cross the road more safely because they'll have a middle point to stop at. And, you know, there's been suggestions about, you know, the safety, so that is, my understanding, directly addressing that. Could you confirm that, please?
Thank you, through you, Mayor Taylor. Yes, so that's really serves two purposes. One, it's obviously the approach of that median, although it's going to be a flush. The proposal has a flush median running the length between the two islands at either end, so the one towards Hensman and like the one, like you say, that's proposed to be constructed closer to Rosalie Street. So the purpose is to really delineate that so it's visible, but also serve that purpose as gives that protection for that there, as well as prevent vehicles from cutting the corner and keeping to the lanes as well. So it serves a few purposes.
If you've got more questions, maybe we just consolidate them. I'm just worried because we're kind of, if they're making a point, then perhaps you should make that point in your debate. Are you coming to that?
Sorry, Mayor, this is a question I don't know the answer to. I'm not, doing a Dorothy Dick, so this is a real question this time. Thank you. In regards to the property, the redevelopment of 142 Hensman Road, and I don't know if these plans can actually be discussed publicly or not because, you know, it's in the application stage, so you might not be able to answer the question, but I'll ask it nevertheless. There's been suggestions, well, I think actually the plans have been publicly seen, so maybe it's not a matter of confidentiality, but that there's a shop proposed apparently, and there's no or customer or staff parking, or may not be. So what is the proposal for extra parking on site, if any? And do we have any idea of what patronage the shop is likely to attract, if that's part of the information that was provided with the development application? And what parking demand would that create, potentially? Thank you.
Manager for Planning Services.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Taylor, we have only recently received an application across the road for a home store, so it's a very low scale of development proposed there. There is 3 parking bays for the whole development, I believe, from quickly viewing the plans the other day. We don't consider that will have any material impact on the parking within the locality, and in general the locality around that centre is zoned residential, so there shouldn't be too much more development happening there.
And the on-site parking, if you know about that for staff or customers?
I think the Manager for Planning Services just said 3 bays on site. Thank you. Councillor Jennings, you wanting to speak on the motion? Right. Councillor Hammersley.
Thank you. Yes, I just had a follow-up question arising from Councillor Jennings' questions and about the transformer. I'm not sure I exactly caught what the implications were for taking that out. Can you just re-describe where you thought there might be parking opportunity if that transformer was moved, but the laneway stayed 2-way?
Manager for Transport and Infrastructure.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Taylor. So just to clarify, so I would imagine the intention would be to remove that transformer, or at least relocate it to an alternative location, and again, that's all subject to Western Power approval. But if you were to relocate that, what you would, in a sense, do with that relocated, and also that first nearest tree to the laneway on the western side, you would have probably the equivalent of 2 standard parking bays falling outside the sight lines, because they're further north outside the required sight lines for Nicholson, for vehicles oncoming on Nicholson, and you'd have, like I said, the equivalent of 2 space to make and construct 2 additional parking bays there, if that's clear.
Yes, so just to be 100% clear, is that bays on the road, or are you talking about opportunities to park up on the verge?
For you, Mayor Taylor, that's an interesting question. I mean, essentially, what you would likely do would be to embay the parking further to the north. So a similar sort of treatment you'd have to the south, but obviously just further to north. So it'd still be on-street parking, probably 2 parallel bays equivalent. That's portion there.
One more question, slightly different, but still about parking and verges. I understand but can't recall the parking policy that the City of Subiaco has with respect to the use of verges. Can the staff just remind me of what the rules are in respect of that? So can someone just come along and decide to park on my verge all day and catch the bus into Perth?
I'm not entirely sure it's relevant to the decision before us. Director Miller, did you want to comment on it?
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Taylor. The city's parking facilities local law allows parking on the verge with permission of the adjacent owner, but that would have to be given permission. If the permission isn't given, then the normal enforcement would be required to happen.
So this is entirely relevant to this controversy about the parking having been taken away.
Sorry, Councillor Hamsley, are you asking a question now? Oh, okay, good.
I'm commenting back. That means that that land that's along 142 Hensman would ordinarily not be available for anybody to park on it unless they actually went and got permission from the registered owner of that land. Is that correct? Thank you.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Taylor. That's correct.
Councillor De Vries.
Through you, Mayor Taylor, this is another parking question, but a little bit simpler, in that I do recall seeing a recommendation that could be put to change parking rules so that 15-minute parking was available. I think it was near Vintage Cellars, if that's correct, or could you please correct me, because I believe that's something that might be able to be considered as a way to increase the availability of parking, and could you explain if that's at least a possibility? Thank you.
Director Miller.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Taylor. In regards to the city's parking control policy, if there's any changes to any parking regimes, then there needs to be consultation, particularly with the residents and businesses. However, with regards to the possibility of 6 bays on the western side of Rosalie Street, which is the ones outside Vintage Cellars, and the parking in front of the businesses there, the 6 bays on the western side of Rosalie Street, that's 2 hours, so that could be in consultation with the businesses, possibly be reduced to 15 minutes. And the ones in front of the businesses on Nicholson Road are now 30 minutes, but in consultation we could possibly look at reducing those to 15 minutes. So those are possibilities with consultation.
So I'm looking to who's debated the item. We've had quite a bit of questions and quite a bit of time. Councillor Mansfield. Yep.
Yeah, I am speaking against the item, and I do have obviously an alternative. And it's, I don't like deferring things, so it's not that I've come to this decision easily to put in an alternative to defer it, but I just don't think we're quite there yet, and I think that the volume of questions that we're still asking in relation to this kind of confirmed that we probably could do a little bit more work. I think the staff have done some excellent work, and that they've addressed a number of the safety concerns that have arisen, and I think that the streetscape improvements and the traffic calming methods that they have suggested in the options are, to be commended. But I still feel like I want to get more information about the cost, the exact cost of the relocation of that Western Power transformer. Dare I say it, I still think that we should possibly consider the option of the removal of the mature tree that sits on the corner of the laneway and Nicholson Road there. And I also think that we need to, and it was brought up during the discussion, I think that we do need to do a little bit more consultation with all the stakeholders that are involved. There are a number of businesses obviously along there that are going to be affected, and I think that we could probably do a little bit more stakeholder consultation. I also think, as it's been discussed, a holistic solution could also look at the parking controls and the parking times that are available in and around that area, because that's obviously again an option to reduce the parking and duration in that area, so people can pop in and use the amenities and the businesses there. Look, I do appreciate that any restriction of the laneway usage is very contentious, and I'm not saying that I support that course of action at all, but I do think that it is an option that should be explored and presented to council, and then we have the opportunity to discuss it and debate it and vote it down as we see fit. But at this point in time, that option hasn't even really kind of been presented to council in a formal kind of setting, and I would like to actually see that as a consideration. I think that I think that we are talking about a significant investment in ratepayer money. We're talking about options that are up to $160,000. And so I want to make sure that we are fully informed about all of the options, or all of the nuances, that are involved in this, solution, so as we can come up with a way forward that hopefully meets everyone's needs to an extent that they can all live with it. So for that reason, I am not going to support the staff motion, not because I don't think good work has been done. I think it has been done, but I think that we're not quite there yet. I don't think we've quite arrived at a holistic solution, and I'd just like to see a little bit more work done on those specific things before we make a pretty significant decision that's going to cost the city a fair bit of money. So, yeah.
Speaker for the motion, Councillor De Vries.
I'd like to do a little bit of a history tour as well tonight, because we mentioned the historic value of Whole Food Circus. So I just wanted to think back to 100 years ago, about 110 years ago, when Ford motor car was first invented and went on the road, and we had lots of cars on the road and probably very few road rules. And I can imagine at that time that drivers were navigating and going to their local corner delis, no doubt, as they did, and there would have been innumerable accidents in those early days because we hadn't yet invented so many wonderful ways to make our roads safer. This is the benefit of looking at history, and I think tonight we really need to consider how and why we've come to the decisions, or these decisions and recommendations have come to us. And I think paramount in that decision-making process has been a consideration for the needs of safety of the community. It is clear to me that there was an incidence or a number of incidences that led to the need for this report to come to us. As a decision maker, I believe that I need to consider to balance the interests of all in our community. The needs of pedestrians, the needs of passing cars, of shoppers, of people who might want to walk down the street, the needs of long-established businesses and newly arrived ones, lanes with streets, crossovers with cars, streets with houses, and the ever-changing interface between regulation and freedom of movement. In my opinion, the recommendations seek to use the proposed streetscape improvement in order to make the road safer, while endeavouring to meet the needs of residents and business owners. The report reflects the ongoing efforts to improve measures that protect the public in ways that are consistent and fair to all. This is complex because communities are complex places and people have differing opinions, and often the long-term needs of a community have to override short-term concerns. It's always a balancing act, and it's an unenviable task for our decision makers and our policy writers and in all forms and levels of government. But the decision I make tonight is one that has to ensure there's equity and consideration for the interests of all. I'm confident that a business such as Whole Food Circus that can garner the support of thousands of followers is one that is thriving, and I commend that business for its success. Hunt's Corner General Store was my grandfather's general store in the 1950s in Victoria Park, so general stores are close to my family's heart, but that is not relevant. I have read the letters of support, and I note that many supporters, customers, have used the Performer letter. They are obviously visiting the shop on a regular basis and having a lot of interaction with the owner. So I'm not dwelling on this. It just points to the deep affection and loyal customer base that Ms. Torre and which Ms. Torre's business have. And again, I commend her for this. I am impressed but not swayed by these arguments. As a growing business, I am confident that the loyal customer base will adapt to changing circumstances. And I do feel confident also in what I hear tonight about future possibilities of changing some parking regulations so as to give customers more options. It is my duty as a councillor to consider the needs of all in the community, and I have heard tonight that there are differing views. I have read the reports that the residents are not happy to change the laneway to a one-way. So I'm duly taking the needs of local residents into consideration as well. For its balance, concern for the community safety, equity for all, I commend this report to you, in particular the option 4, which is the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Speaker against the motion, Councillor Nash.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. I'll try and keep it brief. Look, I support the sentiments of Councillor Mansfield, and look, just can't bring myself to whilst I too appreciate the work that's been put in, I can't bring myself to support this motion in its current form. But I do think in my heart that that there is a solution here that won't lead to the angst that we've seen from our community. And I think, you know, my thoughts are only reinforced by what I've heard from the statements tonight and the debate in this chamber, that it's clear that there are still outstanding issues that haven't been addressed, and there's still people unhappy on either side of the fence. I've consistently advocated for a holistic urban design solution, and I don't think what we currently have nails that. I don't think favouring one business over another is constructive in this debate. I think there are solutions that I think can give all the business owners in that precinct a favourable outcome. I'd remind councillors that this is recognised in our own town planning scheme as a local centre, and it feels like we can't see the wood for the trees here. We need to put aside all of the technicalities that we've heard and try and come up with the very best outcome for this small part of our city that's so important to us. And we've heard that tonight, how passionate people are about that, whether it be the liquor store, whether it be the party hire, whether it be the Torres store, or whatever's going into the new one. We should create something there that's a really holistic urban design. It deserves our attention to provide the very best urban design outcome possible, which should include lowering speed of traffic, improve pedestrian safety, and additional convenient parking for all businesses. So I would urge you to vote down this motion so that we can take this back. I'm not thinking of delaying it for any long length of time. I realise this has to be addressed, and I also don't like deferring things, but I think it deserves further attention so that we can get the right outcome here. We don't want to have another Rockaby Road where we've thrown away millions of dollars and then end up with a solution that people aren't still happy with. So I really think it's important, and we owe it to our ratepayers and to the business owners there and to the local residents to get this right. And I think the only way that can be done is if we don't approve the recommended motion and that we look to the alternative. Thank you.
Speaker for the motion. Okay, Councillor Powell.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Look, I find this is a very difficult question. I think almost saying what Councillor Hammersley said at the start, you know, if somebody's got a better option, then bring it forward. But we haven't. We've tried, and we've been to workshops. We've tried everything, and what we've ended up with at the moment is a situation where there is an enormous division. We've got the customers of a business on one side, and we've got local community ratepayers on the other. And look, you know, and I find that really difficult and a confronting situation. It's been mentioned that this is not, you know, a new problem. Well, you know, in 1985, I lived just up the road from Vintage Cellars and what was then a cafe, a restaurant, sorry, a corner shop. And at that time, there were still arguments between party hire and the shop over parking, and it was always about the crossover and people from the shop parking on the crossover. So, not much has changed. Now, trying to find a solution. As I said, we've been to a council workshop. We've had the staff report. Frankly, I don't have a solution. But the ones that have been suggested so far, as in the row, you know, making the row one way, well, if all the people in that backing onto that laneway don't agree with it, then it's not going to be a solution. And I think, as has been said before, you know, I'm not prepared to take away the amenity of one group, disadvantage the amenity of one group for the benefit of another, especially if, you know, that is changing the existing status quo. And I'm concerned that if we do that, then first off, there is quite likely to be legal challenges about trying to change the laneway to one way, and unless there is resident support from that area, then I think it sets a precedent, you know, for what about any other laneway in the city. You know, that we've got to have, if there was resident support, then there would be a condition, you know, for changing something. But at the moment we wouldn't, you know, so it could affect anyone anywhere. Look, I also noticed that, note that there were 4 businesses in the area. 2 of them have supported the option 4, you know, and come out quite clearly about it. One of them has offered no view, and the Whole Food Circus obviously is not in favour of it. If there's a better way to do this, I'm open to it. But delaying simply because we haven't got, you know, I don't want that to create even more division within the community. You know, I don't want this to keep on dragging on. If there's a solid way that we can advance it, I'm for it. And probably one of my final comments is that, look, Whole Food Circus does have a very loyal and good customer base. I mean, I was there, and you could tell it was a very friendly, very good atmosphere. So whatever the decision is tonight, I would also say that, you know, a demonstration of real support is not only signing a petition, but it is continuing to be patrons of that business, because I think it's an important business to maintain as well. But so is Party Hire, and so are the other ones. Thank you.
Speaker against the motion, Councillor Davis.
If I can start with a question through you, Mayor. I suppose it's in a more broad sense. Have the staff explored the option of relocating the bus stop and perhaps collapsing the spatials required for a bus stop with the spatial requirements of the LV kiosk or the transformer?
Manager for Transport Infrastructure.
No, we have not, although that's outside the scope of what we were primarily looking at, which is between Henson Road and Rosa Street. If I think you're referring to further on towards Union Street, is that correct? So that has not been entertained. To be honest, I think that's still unlikely because you've got existing crossovers there, which is shown in the plan. So that's been one of the constraints that we've grappled with, and we've mentioned in the workshop that there's a lot of existing site crossovers. There's only one which is redundant, which we'd like to talk to the homeowner about removing, which might avail one parking bay, but the rest are existing and will be needed for the foreseeable future, and a lot of the time that means there's not enough space to fit parking in, unfortunately, including that location towards Union Street there.
Yeah, I will speak to it briefly. Look, I would like to see us vote this down, notwithstanding clearly what is a lot of good work that's gone into this. I would like to see us step back for a moment and take that good work and explore what else we might be able to achieve, because it doesn't feel to me like, for all the good work that has gone into it, there's the answer here. And I don't know whether the answer, I certainly don't have it, but I don't think there's any harm in stepping back for a moment as Councillor Mansfield's alternative proposes, and just spend a little bit more time exploring some alternatives. Perhaps we can explore ways of interpreting or manipulating Australian standards with respect to parallel parking bay lengths. The question's been asked about the electrical substation. It just feels to me like this whole process would benefit from a little bit more exploration. So look, I'd encourage everyone to vote down the substantive motion and explore Councillor Mansfield's alternative. Thanks.
Speaker for the motion.
I just have a question.
Sure, and then I'll go to you, Councillor Jennings.
I promise it'll only be one. Is it not the case, just confirming, is it not the case that there were around 800 ratepayers supporting Whole Foods petition and 31 ratepayers regarding the right-of-way issue?
Manager for Transport and Infrastructure.
Yes, I believe that is correct, yeah.
Councillor Jennings.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm afraid it's another couple of questions before I say anything.
Just as long as they're not Dixes like you hinted at before.
Well, I think I'm allowed to ask Dixes, but they're not. But if there's a holistic design solution, some other holistic design solution or some other design professionals that could be brought in, whether that's traffic engineers or I don't know what the correct titles of all these positions would be or their expertise. But you could tell us who would we get in to come up with such a holistic design solution? How do we do that? Because there's the solutions, we've tried multiple things and they don't seem to be solving the problem, if it is solvable.
It's a difficult question to answer, to be perfectly honest. I guess to give a bit of context, we had these concepts actually designed by a separate engineer, not associated with the city, who does developments and does a lot of road designs in Vincent and a few other places, which are quite similar to Subiaco in a lot of regards, with the hope that they could also bring a fresh set of eyes to this, like kind of been discussed around the table about what could be done here. There's a lot of design constraints on the area, and obviously one of the key objectives is trying to get parking, and of course that's something that's very hard to get. So I would be reluctant to bring in yet another outside person, whether it's a landscape architect or a traffic engineer or a consortium of who knows how many professionals, because I honestly don't know what more could be arrived at. I take note there's a couple of items that could be done, albeit probably at significant expense, which we could certainly look at in more detail, but I don't think you could arrive at a lot more options if you bring in further outside assistance.
Councillor Jennings.
Thank you, Mayor. I will just speak to this briefly now. There is one more question. Sorry, I've remembered what it was. This follows on from my discussions with Mr. Torre this afternoon, and he is suggesting that he'd like some kind of workshop or forum with the main stakeholders, meaning the businesses, I guess, in the area, perhaps the people on the laneway whose laneway access would possibly have to be changed to create more parking, and I guess, and staff from the city. Can that sort of thing occur? Is that the kind of thing that we can do or accommodate? And what kind of time period, if that was able to be done, before something like that could be arranged, given that we need to get on, I think we do need to get on with this, but at the same time, thank you, or the solution.
For transport and infrastructure.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Taylor. In regards to the elected members' workshop that we had, that wasn't the direction that we were that we were going in. Certainly, if a council of the ilk to look at obviously for administration, looking to organise a meeting, that would probably have to be facilitated. We'd have to organise, obviously, a venue and time frame. We'd have to get back to you on that one. It's always very difficult when there's, I suppose, a diverse range of ideas within the community, and it's all bringing those together. And if the workshop is the way that council is looking to go, then we can look at that. Obviously, there are many diverse, and the community is polarised really in this respect. How successful that would have to be determined.
Councillor Jennings, are you going to speak to the item?
Yeah, this is a difficult one because it seems to me lots of things have been explored and lots of suggestions have been made, and they either have a safety aspect that they can't be implemented, a cost constraint probably, something like moving the transformer, or as other in the other debate it's alluded to, there's an amenity impact, and this is a question of, well, whose amenity is should be paramount. And when you're looking at that kind of thing, or whose wants should be paramount, I would be looking at, well, what if it's a matter of want, what's the problem that's trying to be solved? And in this case, it's parking and safety. So we would be addressing safety by other parts of the design. But insofar as the parking itself goes, we have been told, and it does seem to me that, and my own reconnaissance of the area, there is adequate parking. There's quite a lot of parking. Certainly changes to parking duration, that can be accommodated in any event. It doesn't matter what engineering solutions we come up with, that can be pursued regardless. But there's lots of talking about solutions, but people have tried, so it's not for want of trying, and lots of suggestions, and the Torres have suggested lots of things, and and they may have more suggestions, and that's maybe why a workshop idea might work, or other people in the community might come up with something. And Councillor Davies tonight even saying, well, can we change the bay sizes slightly? I mean, that's something I hadn't thought of myself before, so it shows that there still might be other ideas out there that haven't been contemplated. So I have to say that I'm wavering on the point of going with Councillor Mansfield's option, but with a view to, or alternative, with a view to having some kind of workshop, because I think we have to get to the point of, like, what are people's ideas, what are the available things? We have to get to this point relatively quickly. It's not like, this has been going on for a long time, and if nothing comes out of that that's viable, well then, and then we have got these other, engineering solutions, the good work that staff have already done, particularly with option 4 and all the roadway changes that will make things, slow the traffic down, make it safer to cross. So, and also one of the changes about the verge on 142 Hensman, well, there's lots of obstacles to allowing any parking on that verge, and another one which I hadn't thought of was, the consent of the owner of 142 Hensman Road, who has indicated to us that she doesn't want any changes to the parking. So that sounds like that's a dead duck, that any parking on Hensman Road, but that would be subject to any sort of consultation specifically about that. I don't think it's a case of any business being favoured over another in this. It's about taking care of the safety solutions or the safety requirements, and when we do not have a shortage of parking. It seems to me it is a matter of convenience for customers, and that's very important, but so is safety. And it does seem that the businesses around there are very well patronised, which is a fantastic thing, and that is whilst the current parking restrictions are in place. And what's the other? And it seems to me we can't create convenient parking, which was what Councillor Nash was seeking, which I understand that is the whole point. It's a good objective to have convenience, but that can't really trump safety, and I don't think it should be. It can't trump the safety aspects and where there is adequate parking in the area. And the only way to get that convenient parking, it seems to me, based on current scenarios, is to change the laneway, and that is not apparently acceptable to at least a majority of, apparently, of the owners who have garages onto the laneway. And I would also say that, it would be, if we have I'll be short here, Mayor. If we do have a workshop, I do hope that all elected members can turn up and everyone can make a contribution, because, we've been there before, and
we got it. If we do have a workshop, please come. Okay, I think we've only got 2 people left. Councillor Phelan, did you want to speak at all?
Yeah.
Okay.
Definitely one of the hardest decisions I've made. and I think after debate, I'm in favour of a deferral of the item, with the hope that Whole Foods and the businesses in the area can meet with the affected residents and the city staff to possibly come to a mutual agreement that doesn't negatively affect the amenity of the residents, while possibly retaining a car park or some sort of compensation that has been mentioned during debate. I think making a decision tonight either way leaves two people pretty upset, and as a business owner myself, I can't imagine having neighbours who should be your number one clients holding resentment for my business. So I hope this mediation can take place, the conflicts can be resolved, and the residents can go on having the amenity of a lovely local general store that they can use. They can use their laneway, and there's sufficient car parking or some sort of compensation for the businesses.
Thank you, Councillor Phelan. Under 4.7 and 4.8, I would also like to enter the debate. I just have a... Oh, what was that? No, sorry, I thought someone interjected. I just had a couple of questions to start with. Perhaps if you can assist Manager for Transport and Infrastructure, I heard in the introduction to the debate about things being taken off people. I was wondering if in this recommendation or in the alternate, if you could explain what might be being taken off people.
Free Matt Taylor. That's a difficult one to answer, to be honest. As far as taking off people, there's no real net change as far as parking. Obviously, we've heard today that the Whole Foods objective would have an increase in parking. That's not likely under this option, except for maybe that redundant crossing, which I've mentioned. So really, there's no change. And obviously, the other conscious effort, which is, again, based on the direction that we had at the workshop, was not to entertain that laneway option, which would have had an adverse impact on those properties that obviously use it for access. So essentially, I don't see as anything being taken away. The space for one vehicle in front of the Whole Foods is still there. However, what we're proposing is an engineering solution to prevent that encroachment, which we're all very aware of with the neighbours, and like Councillor Powers mentioned, has been a long-standing issue, and I know that they're very keen to have something done there. So, sorry. Yes, so nothing further taken from that option.
Just my take on it is that safety is the absolute priority. If we're looking at safety, and I'm not talking about changing the laneway, but looking at the laneway from closing it at Nicholson Road so it doesn't change access, there is remains access to the laneway because it has an entrance at the other end. There's no access whatsoever changed on that laneway, but in closing off the laneway to Nicholson Road, is that a safe option?
Yes. To say probably it's no safer or worse than the present situation. So you'd still have vehicles exiting, like you're saying, if you close the southern end, you'd still have them performing that exit onto the northern end. So it's really not a whole lot different from the current situation.
Well, I'm talking about the Nicholson Road where all the cars are in front of the businesses and it's quite busy. On the Nicholson Road intersection, if there are no other considerations, and safety is our highest concern, if something like cul-de-sacking the laneway, would that be the safest option?
I would be reluctant to say that's the safest because in all instances they'd likely be turning onto Nicholson probably at the next intersection down at Hensman. So they'd probably loop around the block and they'd still probably make that same turn onto Nicholson Road. So they'd likely still have to make that manoeuvre.
So you're suggesting that the Nicholson Road Hensman intersection is as safe as the Nicholson Road right-of-way laneway intersection?
I wouldn't say as safe, but what I would say is while Nicholson Hensman's probably more suited for that movement, you'd be forcing vehicles to take extra movements. So the overall risk profile is probably similar.
Because my highest concern is about safety. I drive through that intersection. I am down there frequently. It's on the way, as I'm sure all of the councillors who are here are familiar with it. I do have concerns about it, and I do see the intersection with both incidents where people are coming in and out, and the traffic intersection really is a safety issue. Surely a intersection the size of Hensman and Nicholson, really, I can't see how that could be compared to a laneway in the area where we're talking about. The other, and I'll just speak to the motion, I think might be easier. I'll save you having to answer questions. We've heard it talked about, like, if there's a better solution, we'll do it. I'm not sure how we'll know if there's a better solution. I mean, having one workshop and 4 options entertained sort of in a collection of papers. Councillor Stroud, I didn't interrupt you when you spoke. And the laneway restrictions, from my question at the agenda briefing, were in the order of $10,000, so that's not a more expensive option, and involved 20 properties. And was actually $160,000 of ratepayers' money is a decent sum of money, and if we're looking at beautifying the amenity of the entire area, I'd really like us to do that in an exceptionally efficient way, and not kind of do a spot remedy, because I think that is where we kind of run into problems, where we sort of do a spot thing rather than go sort of between roads and don't take into things like bus stops and laneways. So I kind of I'll be looking to support the alternative if this is defeated. Because I'm disappointed that the safety benefits of modifying the laneway don't really seem to be considered, and I'd really hope that staff would be able to consider all options without fear or favour. We had 800 residents say they supported safety options that considered the laneway, and we had a kind of reluctance to discuss the matter in case homeowners that would have no change to their access, because of course we would maintain access to the right-of-way as required. But that seemed to sort of mean that we couldn't even look at it as an option. It didn't make it on the report. So I think to recommend spending $160,000 of ratepayers' money without considering the safety benefits of a holistic approach, including the laneway, seems remiss. And I do think this should be first and foremost about safety. And if we have an option that improves safety and gives better parking outcomes for local businesses, then we should be at the very least considering that. Over the last few days, I've received over 50 emails from residents in support of making this area safer for all by addressing the laneway in this very busy section of Nicholson Road. I'm concerned there'll be a safety incident, and I am concerned that everyone will say, oh, we knew it was dangerous, but council didn't do the work in addressing it holistically. We need to make that intersection safe. We have beautiful 100-year-old corner-style shops that really do make our community great, and I think council needs to support outcomes that best benefit everybody, and that's when we look at outcomes on a precinct level that do the consultation and engage with stakeholders as needed. I'm also for Perth Party Hire having their matters resolved so that situation with interference with the crossover is solved. But I think if we're going to agree to a budget of 160 grand, we could do a whole lot of beautifying along that strip and change all the fronts so it looked quite wonderful. That's a decent sum of money. We really must make it safe, and that's why I'll be looking to the alternative. Councillor Hammersley, would you like to close? Councillor Stroud.
I'd really like to get my head around the way forward with this if we were to go to an alternative and a consultation process. So what is council, just because I really feel staff need to have an understanding of this too, because there's actually nothing there in terms of further consultation or a structure of mediation. So are we talking...
Just, are you talking to the alternate now? No. Okay.
This for a very long time. So where it's involved councillors and staff and all the stakeholders all together in one room. So my question is, given our timetable, when do we think this could be done? And whether one workshop is going to be enough, or how many workshops are we going to need to work out a solution with this? Because bearing in mind it involves a lot of engineering issues and understanding and so on. And I just think we need to have this in our heads and understanding to make sure we can pull off what we seem to be promising. You know, our ratepayers and businesses and people still in the room listening to this debate. Thank you.
Well, Councillor Stroud, I guess it depends on the council decision tonight. When we decide on this, we'll know which way forward are we going, and if we decide on the alternative, then it will be up to the city officers to work with the decision of council and propose to council a way forward on progressing it. That's how I understand that it would work. CEO?
Through the Mayor, yes, that would exactly be the case. However, Councillor Stroud has raised some important points which I would have raised had this motion been lost, and we do go to the next stage, and that is what is the extent of the consultation? We've heard the broad term stakeholders mentioned this evening, but who are they? What is the range of residents and businesses we need to consult? Are there any government agencies? Do we use a facilitator? There's obviously going to be a fair number of people there when you include perhaps the group, at least the group in this room. So we've then got a venue to look at as well. So there's a whole range of issues. I doubt if that could happen very quickly and give appropriate notice to all the stakeholders involved. So my guess would be probably a month, but we'd also need some guidance on who the council think the stakeholders are.
Thank you. I note that everyone's spoken, so I'm looking to Councillor Hammersley to close. Yep.
Has the staff ever discussed with the businesses whether they're prepared to make a contribution to this quest for more parking?
Thank you, and for you, Mayor Taylor. No, we have not asked for, if I'm interpreting your question correctly, asking for businesses to provide their internal private parking within their site for available other customers. Is that what you're getting at? Because we certainly have not done that.
No, sorry, I should have been more precise. Financial contribution, because if that's something that hasn't been discussed, that would be one more thing that could be put on the list for discussion. If businesses want more parking, when there's no need for parking, which just means convenience, then maybe we should talk about that. So I'm just wondering whether there's ever been any sort of drift into that topic of, it's probably pretty unusual, but I just wondered.
I'm getting head shakes, so I think we'll take that as a no from Director Millard. Councillor Hammersley, would you like to close, please?
Yes, thank you. Well, this is the most difficult situation. I am not at all happy to be sitting here with the prospect of putting this off. This thing has been around for since February 2018. The only thing that's unsafe about, well, no, the principal thing that's unsafe about that laneway is non-compliance. We have a non-compliance problem. We have non-compliance with people parking where they're not meant to park, and we have a non-compliance people on that side as well as outside the business of the Perth Party Hire. Those behaviours have been relentless, and not even the yellow lines have stopped them. I do live in the neighbourhood. I've made it my business for the last month to regularly check up on what's going on down there. There's regularly a lot of parking available, and there's also regularly people on those yellow lines. It's actually incredible. Anyway, be that as it may, I find it incredibly disappointing the amount of effort that has been put into this, that elected members have given their time to go to a workshop and work through the issues. I can't see any other physical suggestions that have not been raised. So the suggestion that there hasn't been consideration of the issues, I think, is unfair. However, we really do have a problem in our community, and I think it's extremely disappointing that it's come to this. You know, we're all meant to be neighbours, and to just push people aside because you want something is really obviously going to be difficult for people to accept. I do think that if we are going to put this off, we are going to have to invest real effort in mediation, because that's probably the only way that people are going to start to see each other as neighbours and actually work a solution. I did actually try and broker that very behaviour about, I don't know, a month or 6 weeks ago. I was asked to speak with the circus, and I did. I spent an hour and 20 minutes. I was approached by numerous residents, and I went to them and implored them to go and talk with each other rather than at each other. That didn't happen organically, but here we are tonight, and I feel absolutely reluctant to do this, but I think I will change my position after the debate. I feel terribly sorry for the people at Perth Party Hire. They've really put up with more than enough. The residents across the road, I'm sure they're sick of it. However, perhaps they'll go away tonight and think, well, at least we've still got our laneway. And I do just want to reiterate, Australian standards say that that laneway is safe. If people would just stop breaking the law. Thank you.
So I'll call the vote on C8, please. So the motion is lost to 8. And so, councillors, we move to the alternative motion from Councillor Mansfield. I note that we had been debating that item since 8:30 and it's now 9:56. So I'd just like to point that out when we move into debate on this item. So Councillor Mansfield, I assume that you're moving your alternate. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Nash.
No, all good. Mayor Taylor, I don't think we need to sort of go into the debate because I think we've done that pretty well with the last item. But I am very much seeking guidance from fellow elected members and guidance from staff as to the wording of this motion and whether some potential amendments could be made to strengthen what it is that we are requesting, and in particular whether we put a time frame on it. I do take Acting CEO Fruing's comments about, you know, what constitutes stakeholder engagement, who are the stakeholders, and I'd be, first of all, Mayor Taylor, asking that question of staff in order for them to feel comfortable with I guess progressing this alternate, should it be successful. What sort of further information can council provide so as we all get closer to what we want?
Yes, I did note, Councillor Mansfield, when you asked for staff support in wording the alternative, and then when I saw the final one, I was surprised it actually wasn't filled in, given that you had asked staff for some assistance in wording the alternative in case it is successful, that it is you know, as useful as possible to staff. So, CEO, who is the best person to ask? You take it.
I'm not sure through the chair. However, perhaps as some preliminary comments, and it might also depend upon what information the council believes would be required at such a workshop or a community gathering. For example, some of the things that I've heard tonight is you presumably would like some definite information about the cost of moving the transformer. You might also want some more information about moving a light pole. You might also want information about moving a bus stop and the letterbox. So there's 4 agencies that we would need to contact to get some advice on the cost of that information, because otherwise, if we don't contact those organisations and we do have a community gathering about this, those questions will still be unanswered unless we have contacted them and got some advice. The issue there, of course, is that will extend the period out even longer, because my colleagues would probably tell me it would take at least a month to get some of that information, I guess. And then we would also need some guidance on the extent to which we contact the community. For example, I would imagine all of the owners whose properties back onto the laneway would need to be involved at the very least. There would also be properties for a predetermined distance along Nicholson Road. Now that might be 50 metres, it might be 100 metres, we'd need your guidance on that. So as you can see, depending upon the extent of information you would like to consider, the lengthier this process is going to be. And I would envisage this may not happen until early 2021. Given where we're at now, I'm not...
I just had a question on that. Yeah, well, it's probably a bit late now. And I would suggest that perhaps having this information up front, it would help. I'm not sure why it's echoing so much. The other matter, and I'm just wondering if that touches on what Councillor Mansfield raised, is given the Perth party hire crossover issues, if there's stuff that like what I'm just thinking about, as I think someone used the word quarantined, the problem regarding the access and to Perth party hire from 160 grand worth of streetscaping type of deal. So I think, Acting CEO, you've heard the comments of councillors around what they're looking for. I don't think there's an appetite to overly delay it, but there are some clear questions. I mean, half that debate wasn't debate, was question asking. So I think that kind of illustrates it a little bit. I'm a little bit worried about 12 people workshopping an alternative, and I'm wondering what specifically you need from council so that we can, make a decision tonight and be as helpful as possible to administration.
I mean, thank you. And this is part of the reason why I wasn't happy to go to this alternative, because I knew it wouldn't satisfy. But there is an option that we actually vote down this alternative and instead go to a more appropriate one, something like that staff prepare for a consultation process with all stakeholders that address all the existing issues and any other raised, this evening. Something like that. That staff prepare for a consultation process with all stakeholders that addressed all the existing issues. I believe that will cover all the work we've done so far. And, happy to entertain something here, and others raised this evening, because I believe we've probably covered it all tonight. So, yes, I just wonder whether you want to entertain that idea.
Well, at the moment, I have a mover and a seconder for the tabled alternate from Councillor Mansfield. And I just understand before she spoke about it, she raised the question of what the CEO would like to do.
Well, through the chair, if I could make a suggestion, which given the hour of the day, it's probably not a wise one, but you could suspend standing orders for a 10-minute talk about where we go from here. Because I don't know that it can be resolved through a formal meeting discussion easily. Put it that way.
I guess, I'm happy to do that, but I kind of felt like we sort of had a whole heap of questions, and I am reluctant, given it's after 10 p.m, to, have an open-ended discussion. What I'm wondering though, and I think this was the question, is if administration would like to assist Councillor Mansfield in wording the alternate to address what we've discussed, what would the recommendation be? And that's what I see as the question. We've already discussed, 12 of us, the decision makers, the bits of info that you need for direction. So I'm just thinking that's kind of what we're asking. I don't really want to have a 12-person whiteboard debate on the alternate. Okay, so what I've just spoken to the CEO about is that we have a brief adjournment. It's now 10:05 p.m. We adjourn for 5 minutes and they'll write up what they would like to suggest as a alternative taken up from our ideas we've just had, and we'll reconvene at 10:10 p.m. So it has been over 2 hours since our last comfort break. 16 p.m, my apologies. So, councillors, now there, as was discussed prior to the adjournment, we looked at what could be done to make sure that the motion that's being considered by elected members is a practical, able to be done motion. So that motion, that wording has been addressed by staff. Now, because we have the alternate has been moved and seconded by Councillor Mansfield and Councillor Nash, I would need you to withdraw it so we remove that one from our consideration. Are you happy to do that?
Yep, I'm happy to withdraw it.
Okay, so I've had the motion withdrawn by Councillor Mansfield and Councillor Nash. Now, the motion, do you have it to put on the screen? If you could put that on the screen, please. And Councillor Stroud, are you looking, Councillor Mansfield, are you looking to move this motion?
Yep. I am.
Do I have a second? Councillor Nash, thank you. So we have the alternative motion as discussed by Council with support and wordsmithing from staff. I'll just give councillors a few minutes to read it. So I think that's relatively straightforward on the discussion that's been had this evening. I will look to Councillor Mansell. Did you want to speak to the motion?
No, not at this stage, Mayor Taylor.
Councillor Nash?
No, is holistic spelled right? Is that how you spell it?
You can spell it with or without a W. I did learn that today too. Councillor Jennings?
Just a question quickly. I think that the motion is fine, but what happens if, if we've got this verge policy and the owner of 142 just doesn't want anything done to the verge and won't allow parking? Isn't that the first inquiry we need to make? Because if that is the case, then doesn't that just kill all that dead? We don't need to relocate the infrastructure, because unless there's some other treatment, we can reduce the verge. Anyway, it's just an idea, instead of going through all this without ascertaining the basic, what seems to me the first step or a basic step. Anyway, it's just a suggestion.
My thought would be that staff would do any basic first steps that wipes out any longer steps. So the other matter that comes to mind is that it must have permission to be on there at the minute through some appropriate mechanism. Will you look at making sure that all of those things get done in an orderly fashion so that the stuff that knocks everything out is done first? Yes, we're getting some nods. Would anyone else like to speak to this motion before? Thank you, Councillor Hammersley.
It's actually just a question around money. So does the administration need a budget for this, and if so, how much?
Through the chair, I think at this stage, Councillor, it's merely administration work in order to contact the agencies and to come up with a consultation plan. That plan, in the form of a report back to council, will inevitably mention how much it will cost to go to the next stage.
Thank you. Councillor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor. Therefore, there is a suggestion here that this is going to come back to council, that a report has been formed, because that's not what it says.
I think it's implied, but we can certainly ensure that that's in the wording.
I'm happy for that to be included in the wording, if that makes it.
Okay, through the chair, we should say that city officers develop a community consultation process for consideration by council to engage with respective stakeholders, etc. Something along those lines?
Any other councillors wishing to speak to the motion?
I was only going to ask Mayor Taylor if something needs to be added in there about pursuing this as a matter of urgency, given the time that we've been looking at it and the fact that it needs to be resolved as soon as possible.
I think we'll take on board your comments, Councillor, and we know that you want to resolve this pretty quickly and we'll get onto it.
Councillor Stroud?
I think the problem will be that the authorities will hold us up with responses. But I'm also, so this leaves it open, the engagement with respective stakeholders. This is going to leave it open for staff to consider what the best way is this for, because whether it's getting everybody in a room or talking to them individually or some sort of catalyst survey or whatever, is that the idea, that it leaves open and once they work it out what might be the best way to do it?
Yes, I think point 2, where they develop a community consultation plan for consideration by council, covers that. And Councillor Powell.
Just a little bit of nitpicky, but would it read better if it said for consideration by council for engagement with the respective stakeholders in the development of a holistic streetscape plan with associated costs? Just I think it's clearer.
Councillor Jennings.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a comment to say, well, yes, I was going to make the same point about consultation. What does that mean? Are we telling them, giving them the information, or are we seeking their views, are we seeking their ideas? And that's part of this thing. It's about getting other ideas about solutions, how we could create more parking or make it safer, whatever. So I just wanted to make sure that consultation doesn't mean that we're, the normal thing with consultation is we have a plan and we send it out and then the community comments on it. So it's a bit different to that in this case. I just want to make sure that that's clear.
Through the chair, what the officers are intending here is to provide the council options. So the council makes the decision on what form the consultation and stakeholder engagement process takes.
So, Council, I think we're coming to the time where we need to make a decision. If there's no further speakers on this matter, I'll look to putting it to the vote, please. The motion is carried 9-1. Thank you, councillors and staff. So, councillors, we're moving to C11, recruitment of the Chief Executive Officer. On page 83 of the agenda tonight, we have the officer recommendation on page 3 to initiate the recruitment process. Is it an alternate on this one?
Yes, it's an alternate by Councillor
Yep, and we have an amendment, I think, by Councillor Hammersley on this matter. So, do I have a mover for the officer's recommendation to commence the recruitment process? I imagine council would like a new CEO at some point. So I will need a mover. We're on C11 on page 83. Okay, councillors, it is getting late, so we do need to concentrate. On C11, we had a amendment from Councillor Hammersley that would have come through in your list of alternates and amendments, and then there was also an amendment which I think was on the table, which is from Councillor Jennings. I just want to make sure everyone knows what we're talking about. I got that impression, Councillor Stroud, that Councillor Jennings' amendment adds to Councillor Hammersley. So I was thinking when we got to it, if you wanted to consolidate and move it as one rather than do it in two bits. But I'm looking for a mover and a seconder for the officer's recommendation. Well, I just want to, yeah, but just before you do, I just want to ask a question. If we needed to have names on it, or we can move it and then discuss the names. Remember, whenever we have to put a names in it, we have this debate. So, Councillor Stroud, I was just... Yes, I was just asking a question on the best way to manage that. So in speaking to the CEO, what we could do is if we start the ball rolling with the officer's recommendation, and if the amendment, then without the names in, so let's go for that, and then we can look at the amendment, but that's exactly the question I was just asking. So just to confirm, CEO, just move the officer's recommendation and then test the combined amendment.
Yes, I think that would be a good way to go, but to answer Councillor Stroud's question, the direction of the officer's recommendation and the amendment put by Councillor Hammersley are exactly the same, and that is that we initiate the process to commence the recruitment of a CEO. It's just the pathway is different, but in effect it's exactly the same, because all of the things contained in Councillor Hammersley's motion would necessarily be achieved anyway. It's just that all of the individual steps aren't mentioned in the officer's recommendation. So it's not an alternative, it is an amendment, because it just goes into a little bit more detail and picks up the issues raised in the Act.
Thank you. So do I have a mover and a seconder for the C11 motion from the staff? Thank you. Yeah, so I had Councillor Stroud and Councillor Jennings. Councillor Stroud, did you want to speak to this before we test the amendment? Sure. I'm just going to ask you to put your microphone on when we do it, just because we are being recorded and it's being live streamed, so people can't hear. Sure. So you'll reserve your right. And Councillor Jennings, do you want to speak to the motion? Councillor Jennings?
Can I just ask a question? I think I might have just stuffed up then, because I don't know that I can move the amendment if I've moved the substantive motion. Or seconded, should I say? Or is it only if I move it that I can't do an amendment?
Well, if we're combining the two, I would imagine that Councillor Hammersley, if she moves the amendment, can move it. Okay, so did you want to speak to the motion? Councillor Hammersley, did you want to test your amendment?
Yes, thank you, I will. Basically, I think that my approach is simply to do this step by step, get it started, get the professionals that we need in place, and then come together in a workshop to actually work out how, as a council, we want to approach working through this process. So it's a first step, and my own view is that I'm not comfortable to talk about selection panels for two reasons. First, I think it would be better if we get into our workshop and all talk to each other about what our expectations in terms of the offer, and then how we actually do want to operate in terms of the actual interface with both the professionals and the potential candidates. The other reason that I'm not comfortable to talk about panels just at the moment is there is some, in my mind, legal uncertainty about the implications of Regulation 9 of the conduct rules, and whether councils are able to make resolutions that would protect individual councillors for taking up a role which is in effect administering the Act. The Local Government Act requires, as a matter of law, that local governments employ a CEO, and I emphasise those words, local government, and that's the corporate body. Now, once you move into administering a law, you're in administration. We've been told very clearly by the Minister that we are not to contribute to administration. There's probably a solution to that for this particular thing, in that we might have to formulate a formal committee. The other potential is in the next month, the matter is going before the Legislative Council to consider disallowance motions that have been put up by 3 members, and it may be that problem goes away because the Regulation 9 change may be struck down. So in either event, we can find a solution, but just at the minute, I wouldn't want to ask any council member to go on a panel, and I wouldn't want to go on a panel in those circumstances. So that's the background. But the good thing is, if we can just get things started and get our professionals and get into that workshop as soon as possible. Thank you.
Yeah, I just needed a seconder for Councillor Hammersley's. Councillor De Vries, thank you. Councillor Hammersley, I assumed that you were moving it with Councillor Jennings's inclusion.
Yeah, I confirm I'll take up all those changes. Thank you.
So did anyone... Sorry, just checking I'm getting things correct. Did anyone else want to speak to the amendment? Councillor De Vries.
Yeah, I think the amendment with the amendments allows for a little bit more clarity on underpinning the process, and it's providing a sort of more structured framework to work from later on. I think it's important that we established really clearly what we want. We get the support of the professionals, the staff who've got all that experience, and we also ensure that the KPIs are really solid. And I think that's an important part of developing this or starting this process. I'm also in agreement with Councillor Hammersley that it's best we just don't consider the panel at this point. That is something for down the track. And I do believe that she's explained those reasons really clearly. I also think that extending some of the KPIs just makes it a little bit clearer. So it's just about improving it. It's not a huge change, but it does give a little bit more consolidation to the setting up what's going to be a really important decision. Thank you.
Any further speakers on the amendment? If not, I'll put the amendment to the vote then, please. The amendment is carried 8-2. So, councillors, we now have the amended substantive motion with the amendments as we just voted on. Would anyone else like to speak to this? Councillor Stroud?
As first mover, a lot more confident now that we have embraced Councillor Hammersley's very wise amendments. We cannot ignore our recent history and what we have learned from it, including engagement with an employment lawyer and so on. So I believe this will put us in a very good position. We as a council very much need to be on the same page in terms of what CEO would best suit this council and the city of Subiaco in going forward, and also have the very best of KPIs to guide that CEO, as well as having a wise contract. So, and also, of course, which you all know that Councillor Hammersley and I have put a considerable amount of our own personal time in, is the issue of Regulation 9 and the fact that it does challenge a selection panel, given this is clearly under the Act an administrative role. In fact, under the Act, it only refers to the council in terms of the contract, and what was the other aspect? The contract and the qualifications is actually the only role attributed to council. The rest, it says, is a local government matter. That's not the council. So, so that's that. Therefore, I think we are really doing this properly, and I commend this to you, and let's get on with the recruitment of our CEO, next CEO. Thank you.
Further speakers on the motion that's before us? I don't think so. I just had a question. You just mentioned then about the considerable time you had put into this, particularly with the Regulation 9 and the concerns around, like whether we can have a panel, etc. I noticed that you had written to the Honourable Peter Collier around the disallowance motion, seeking a meeting with him. I was wondering if you and Councillor Hammersley did meet with the Honourable Peter Collier, and if he spoke to you about it. As I said, if you need to...
No, we haven't spoken to Peter Collier.
Thank you. Any further speakers on the motion? Councillor Stroud, I was thinking when you spoke then that because you hadn't taken your right when you took it, so I wasn't anticipating that was closing, but I've looked at my list and if we've got no more speakers, would you like to take that as your closing? Okay, thank you. I'll call the vote then on the motion, please. The motion is carried 9-1. So, councillors, we've now come to item 13, where we are looking to close the meeting to the public to discuss two confidential matters. Councillor Hammersley.
Just a word of advice. I have to go for 13.1. Should I leave now or after the meeting's closed? Thank you. Thank you.
So, we have I'm looking for a mover and a seconder for the procedural motion 7.1H for the meeting procedures local law. I can see at least one hand up from Councillor De Vries, Councillor Mansfield. The motion is before you at at the start of our confidential agenda. So I'll put the confidential procedural motion to the vote, please. Councillor Hammersley, if you could just vote to go behind closed doors. Thank you. The motion is carried 10-0. Councillor Hammersley, if you could just wait 1 minute just while we close the chambers before you leave.
usually through the chair, someone would just see if any members of the public wanted to come back in, and if so, the resolutions would normally need to be read or displayed, and then the meeting would be closed.
No, they actually, the Mayor was happy for me to close the meeting, but we now need to open the doors and see if there's anybody who'd like to come back in. Thank you.
We're locked in.
Thank you, councillors. If I can just have your attention to finish this meeting, I'd like to declare that I've got to do this in the right order now, don't I? So that 13.1, the confidential matter, was carried unanimously, and I'm sorry, what was the number for the second? 13.2. And it was 13.2 was also carried unanimously. Thank you. I now declare the meeting closed at 11:54 p.m. 10:54. Thank you. 10:54 p.m. and okay. Sorry. I'd start again. I now declare the meeting closed at 10:56 p.m. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, staff.